bed anymore. So it was like, might not even have. I understand I didn't have any internals. I was more focused on trying to get the main part of the base defended than I was on trying to get internals going. But give me a fucking break, dude. I mean, that's just going to be every base. Like, as soon as transfers open in here, this base is going to get meshed. If I go build another base anywhere, it's going to get meshed. If I do literally anything in this game, I'm going to get meshed. And it's not going to take that long, right? I was only on that other server for like 2 weeks, tops, a week and a half. Then meshed. Like, how are you supposed to accomplish anything? And there's just cheating everywhere. So garbage. What am I supposed to do about that? I need a cryo fridge. I don't have a cryo fridge. Honestly, I don't even feel like playing today. I took my good crossbow BP over there. Thankfully, I've still got my freaking black set over here. I still have most of my creatures, but I just took, literally this morning, I took my 4 Managarmor babies that just finished raising over there. So I just lost my 4 FFA Managarmors. Is totally dope. Really excited about that. I lost my PT saddle BP. I lost so much stuff to that. And I don't have a cryo fridge. I had a bunch of cryo fridges over there. But no cryo fridge over here. Start playing fucking solo, dude. Gonna start playing solo. Need poly, crystal, and metal. How many more metal ingots do I need? Of course, more than I have worth of stuff right there. That's super great. I just have no will to keep going right now. This next time, we're obviously going to build another base. There's obviously an easy mesh solution. The base that we just built, so we're not building that base again. We'll find a different spot. But the next time we're going, I'm just farming right now. I won't be doing anything else for the foreseeable future. We are going to farm a massive base. Then we're going to plunk it down. Now we just need some crystal and some poly. And it's going to have a bunch of internals and all that stuff. But we have a pretty significant amount of time still left available to us on this server. So I am going to... I may eventually use that center server again, but it won't be until I literally make 100 turrets in this base and then take them over there and just spam the entire inside of that base with turrets just everywhere. Because I'm not gonna let that happen again. I'm not getting meshed. I'm so tired of getting meshed. So we have a good setup here. We have all of our good creatures here. We're good to go here. Lost just a ton of stuff over there, but I still have my flak BPs. I still have, you know, all my Dedi storages and stuff here. Thankfully, I hadn't destroyed. I was considering just destroying all of these things back here. Thankfully, I didn't do that. But yeah, we're just hard farming for probably the next month because this extinction server is relatively safe, and I need to have a good base location up and set and protected and doing well before transfers open, because the minute transfers open to this server, this base is getting meshed. It's too tightly packed to even have effective internals. Like, there's no way I can get internals in here that are going to have any sort of use because everything is just super tight. So it doesn't even matter if I try and put internals in here. This base is getting meshed. So we have to get moved out of here. 100%. Need to change our settings. Let's do that. I love that Wildcard have taken all these steps with the anti-mesh to try and stop anti-meshing from happening. And so I can't put beds anywhere, and I can't like base in any rat holes or anything like that without just insta-dying all over the place. And yet it has had absolutely zero effect on people meshing bases. Like, so much effort, so much discomfort to the player base. Right, we can't have bases anywhere. We can't do anything. I'm just constantly losing creatures and hits and all kinds of stuff to the anti-mesh just out in the open world. Like, I'll just be standing around and just boop, dead. And yet, within 2 weeks of having a base on any server so far, I have yet to have a base on ASA that wasn't meshed within 2 weeks when it was on a server that could be transferred into and out of. That's how frequently meshing is happening. 2 weeks is your timer. That's insane. Just totally bonkers. But what else? Let's fucking get to it. I was gonna go over there and see if there's anything I can pick through, and maybe I should. Maybe I can bring some resources over. Let's travel to another server. I have an owl in my upload right now. I have a cryo fridge over here. Oh, you know what I didn't bring was a grapple or anything like that? Stupid motherfucker. This literally just happened. But I'm gonna go over there. Even though I didn't bring a grapple. I'm just gonna go get my owl. I'm gonna go over there, see if they've got any creatures or anything over there. See if they're still there, see if I can just kill them or something. Maybe get some of my shit back. Maybe pick up some grapples off of them or something. But you can see, so if we look at the tribe logs, all they destroyed was my heavy turrets, but the first thing that got destroyed was my generator way back up in that corner, and then my bed inside. So they just meshed in, took out my generator, took out my bed, and then started blowing my turrets so that they could take my ARB, which I had about 1200 to 1800 per turret. It was pretty good. I mean, it's a great deal for them. There was, I mean, almost no investment from them to mesh in. Obviously, a person who is extremely experienced at meshing because they didn't like make any mistakes or anything like that. They just boom got me. Oh, you know what? This owl doesn't even have a saddle on it. I think I was bringing it over here so that I could saddle it. Yeah, so that's totally useless. I just pulled that up at a upload for nothing. And now we gotta wait 12 minutes. Man, talk about taking the wind out of your sails. Yeah, whatever. We're not even gonna come back over here. I'm not gonna try and get any of my resources out. If it's here later, it'll be here later. I don't really care. Maybe I'll come back next week, see if there's anything to pick through. But today we're just grinding. Just gonna get resources. And that's it. Not gonna tame anything, not gonna go trade hunting. Until our base is 100% secure, we will not do anything but build and farm resources. Must be nice to have no morals, no sense of fair play. Just be able to cheat, not even care. Must make life so easy. Just waiting around to be able to transfer off here. Can I please click the freaking button? Holy crap, game. Why is it so hard to access those terminals with the obelisks? Why do I have to be like looking at that button on top? Can it not just be the whole thing, please? This game is so weird because sometimes stuff is like super duper specific like that, where you have to be looking exactly at where you would be utilizing the thing from. And then, like, I can open a vault from the backside. I can open a vault from the bottom, from the top, right? I can sink a vault totally into the floor. All I can see is the top of it. Totally access that vault just fine. Without being able to get a hold of the door. Right? I can put something in front of the door, so the door can't even open. Totally access the vault. Totally fine. Go to open an obelisk. You're not looking directly at the button from the side where the button's on? What are you fucking thinking? Of course you can't access the obelisk. So stupid. I'm in a really bad mood now. I am crashing out hard. Nine more minutes. Yeah. Yeah, I got meshed out of that center hole. Yes, I did, fish. Well, I'm on that map right now. But if we look at the logs, the first thing that got destroyed was my generator. That was way back up in that corner. And then they went and took out my bed. And then they took out all my turrets to get my ammo. No deaths, no nothing. Just boop, into my turret. I didn't have any internals. Did they take what, the rat hole? No, the rat hole's still there. Most of the structures are still there. They may still be there. This literally just happened. This was day 2942 at 11. And it's day 2942 at 2100. So I logged in to the center, transferred out to my other server, did some stuff real quick, and was transferring back with my snow owl so that I could make it a saddle. And when I came back, there was no bed. So, like, it happened right as I was logging on today. Yep. Pretty fucking pissed. I did a little. But that's not going to do any good. That's what they're looking for, right? They don't care about that stuff. I can tell them that they're pieces of crap all I want. It's not going to do anything. Like, they don't give a shit what I think. No. Even if they did, I can't see the chat. My global chat's been broken the whole time I've been playing. So I can't see tribe chat, I can't see global chat, I can't see any of it. So I have no clue if they responded. But yeah, so I don't know who it is because they just C4'd everything, so it doesn't even tell me. Oh yeah, that's super cool. Just a great game design, honestly. Making it so that when you C4 people's bases, it doesn't tell you who destroyed it. What an idiot fucking thing to do. It's very possible, sure. But I'm not going to change. I refuse to play in a secretive manner so that my viewers can't get the full experience of seeing my entire playthrough and everything that I'm doing, to avoid cheating pieces of garbage. I will not allow people who cheat and who act like little pieces of crap adjust to the way I'm playing the game and the way I'm streaming. I refuse. It will not happen. I will continue to stream everything that I do. I will continue to stream my home server and my home base. I will continue to stream my base builds. I will continue to do all of that. And if you're going to be a little piece of crap, then suck a bag of dicks. If I ever figure out who it was, then I'll ban them out of the channels. But I refuse. I will not change the way I play and the way I stream because of cheaters. Will not happen. I am not going to lessen the experience of everybody else because a handful of people suck. It's one of the things I hate the most in video games today is, you know, you've got games like Lost Ark, Lost Ark, where there's like no trading system in the game, and you have to have all this BS with Theons and stuff like that so that you can trade. I mean, there are whole meshing discords, right? There's a community out there of people who learn mesh things, just like there's a community of people out there who find rat holes and base locations and stuff like that. Who, you know, there's a community out there whose sole purpose is raiding, and they find little glitches for raiding, like grapple glitches and you know, different things you can do with Fortnite and, you know, Quetzal raiding stuff. There are tons of communities and discords out there that do all of that and learn all of those meshing systems and stuff. So, yo, what's up, Twisty Sweets? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Love to see a new face in the chat. Yeah, I'm pretty salty about it. I'm crashing out pretty hard right now. I probably need to tone back the swearing and calm down a little bit, but it literally just happened. I'm pretty salty, kind of in my feels right now. Yeah, we just got meshed on our center. We had a base location, so you see where death number 308 is up there in the top left corner? That's where our base was at. And we had a nice little rat hole up there. No, it wasn't in Snow North. There's like a little rat hole in the side of the cliff. It's barely big enough. Like a solo, right? I got a steam forge and a tech transmit or a tech replicator in there and some other stuff. Like, it was big enough to do everything, but it's not really big enough for a full tribe. And literally just as I was getting on today, it got meshed. So, yeah, I mean, I just need to go put some more freaking internals. I didn't have any internals. I was more concerned with getting the entrance to my cave settled before I worried about putting internals. But I've got my center base still. So we're going to spend pretty much from now until the end of time just hard farming over here on the center base. And that's just the way it's going to have to be. I mean, fish, part of it was kind of my fault, right? I should have put some internals. I just assumed I had a little more time. But, I mean, that's true. They could have just C4'd from underneath or whatever. That probably would have been, but I don't know. Maybe I'd need to cheat. Um, Easy just got wiped by those stupid Catmen. What the heck's a... Oh, you mean where people were using the mech BPs to, like, get super good mechs by using the Tinker Table? Yeah, they need to... Like, they stopped you from being able to make those mechs. They didn't get rid of them. So, like, now you've just made it so that regular players like me and you can't get anything that good to defend ourselves with. But all of the cheaters still have all of those things. And they're gonna, like you said, they're gonna keep duping them. They're gonna keep, like, what are you doing? What? You have to eliminate all of those mechs before you can turn off the ability to get them. Or you just fuck your regular players. I mean, that's fine. Wipe all the mechs. I'll lose. I mean, I don't have any mechs, but if I did, I would happily lose my mechs to prevent that stuff from happening. Server I'm in is selling 50 for like $200. Yeah, of course they are. Of course they are. But that's fine. Let's see. The first thing we need is metal. So let's throw out our Anki here. I want to go back over here real quick because I want to check. Do I have everything I need? Make a pair of tech pants. What do I need? I need some more black pearls. Need some more crystals, some more poly, and some more metal. Wow, it takes a lot of metal to make a tech legs. Okay. So yeah, the other thing we're going to do then while we're over here is we're going to go ahead and throw out our black pearl gotchas. At least I don't think I brought the black pearl gotchas over to the other base yet. Oh gosh, if I took my black pearl gotchas over to the other base, I'm going to crash out. Nope. Alright. Thank God. Alright. We'll get our black pearl gotchas over there. We'll get a little stone. Or maybe a little raw metal in them. Let them make some black pearls for me. That'll be nice. Let's get farming. Let's get farming. Once we get enough metal, enough black pearls and stuff, we'll go ahead and make ourselves a tech legs so we can more easily depot all of our stuff. But this is it right here. I don't want to like obfuscate anything or make you all think that this is going to get any more interesting in the near future. Until I can make 100 turrets, I will not do anything but farm resources. So, center map, bad mesh holes everywhere. I don't understand how hard a solid barrier just like Rust would be to implement. I mean, they've got what what really bugs me about it, by the way, if you want, I know a really nice rat hole on Ab. I'll find something at some point, fish, but right now I'm prefabbing. I am going to have 100 turrets before I try and make a base again. So, I mean, I'm literally only farming from now until however long it takes to prefab a whole base. And we're gonna have tons of internals, and we're gonna. They got the kill barrier, but the gap between land and the kill barrier is too big. Well, the problem is that the gap between land and the kill barrier is inconsistent. Right? Sometimes I just wink out of existence to the anti-mesh, and I'm standing in the open. Like, I'm not in a rat hole, I'm not anything. I'll just be standing in the open and die. So, so fish, even even if you literally just found that rat hole, um, it it doesn't matter if um, it doesn't matter if nobody knows that the rat hole is there. The There are too many easy ways to find bases because you can just fly around. So there's a structure limit, right? And so you can have this info out. Let me show you here. I need a structure. Hang on. But it's not even just that there's cheaters. There are legitimate ways to find hidden bases that sort of circumvent the fact that that base is unknown. Yeah, so you hold a foundation and you've got this H information out, and now you see it says 0 of 5,500 max allowed structures. So what that means is not just your personal structures, but also other player structures. So you can't even do like you did in ASE, where, as long as you didn't have any turrets and you didn't have any creatures out, you couldn't be found with the turret trick, and you couldn't be found with parasaurs, right? Because you just kill yourself, and um, then there's nothing to ping with the parasaur. So you can't even do that anymore to try and stay safe because you literally just need a thatch foundation to find hidden bases. So there are no more hidden locations. That no longer exists. Um, which is really unfortunate because as a solo, that's kind of all you've got, right? The only option you have is to hide. But you can't do that anymore. So, since you can't hide, you're going to have to be able to defend your base location. But since every base location is meshable, at least I've never known of a base location that couldn't be meshed. Um, you basically have 2 weeks. I have yet to have a base that existed for more than 2 weeks on a transfer open server that didn't get meshed. So, yeah, we fun. You can play this game for a maximum of 2 weeks now before you get wiped. So that's likely what'll end up having to happen. Um, I, I hate the idea of the fact that I have to cheat. That really upsets me. But I am going to go ahead and put some turrets in the mesh. Do you play by yourself, Twisty, or do you play with a tribe? Because you're absolutely right. I think tribes can survive longer than 2 weeks. Yo, what up, Zoot? How are you today? I am going to put turrets in the mesh in my next base. 100% gonna happen. And if I get dev wiped or if I get banned, then that's fine. That'll be the end of my time in ARK. But if you can't fix your game so that I can play the way I'm supposed to play and have at least a chance to defend myself, then I'm gonna cheat to defend myself. And I'll never mesh another person's base. I'm not gonna do that. I won't mesh bite through walls to try and kill people. I'm not trying to do any of that. But the new turret, the Wasp Blade, um, I won't do that either, Fish. If I get banned for defending myself from cheaters, then I will quit playing ARK. Because, F you. If you're gonna go around banning people just trying to survive, then you don't deserve my playtime. Yeah, Naughty, I got meshed out of my center rattle. Yep. Pretty salty about it. Yes, a lot of work gone. But that's okay. We can redo it. I mean, it's not like I wasn't gonna farm more metal, I wasn't gonna farm more element, and I wasn't gonna do more of all of those things, right? Like, it's ARK. I was always gonna be farming metal, I was always gonna be farming all the resources. Now I just have to rebuild a new base with those resources instead of upgrade my existing one. So that's what we're gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do, Naughty. For right now, I'm prefabbing. I'm playing Smalls, Twisty. Playing Smalls. I just love Smalls. I've always played Smalls. I think it's a lot of fun. Let me on this motherfucker. Okay. That's fine, I guess. I'm only being as chill as I'm being, Fish, because I have y'all around. I have broken many a keyboard in my time. I got the nerd rage, something bad. But being on stream and stuff helps me. I mean, so I know a lot of people love to say RMT ruins video games, um, but I disagree. I think botting ruins video games. Um, I think like cheating ruins video games, but it wouldn't bother me if somebody played the game legitimately for, 12 hours a day and then sold some of that progress to somebody else who maybe only had the opportunity to play, a couple hours a day. And so, you're trading time for money at that point. Um, the real problem is that when RMT starts happening with people who can circumvent the normal uh, the normal time investment of accomplishing tasks in the game, then it starts to devalue the time investment that players make when they follow the rules. RMT fuels cheaters and meshers. I absolutely disagree. If there was no RMT, I think you would have more cheaters and meshers because um, people who want to have the easy way of getting resources and stuff currently have the ability to buy those resources. But if there was no RMTing, right, if nobody was selling resources, then those people would just mesh bases to get their resources easily. Now you have a small number of people meshing a lot of bases and selling resources, but those people who want to buy resources and buy stuff in the game would just use other methods of cheating to get those resources more easily if they couldn't just buy them. Buying it just happens to be the easiest solution, and so that's the one they take. But you're never, none of those things would prevent the other, right? If you stopped RMT, you wouldn't stop meshing. If you stop meshing, you're not going to stop RMT. Those things are those things are symptoms of the same issue, but they're not mutually exclusive, and you can't solve one of them by solving the other. Competitiveness is honestly kind of what ruins these games. Devs put no time into the game, don't fix problems. That's really where the issue lies. I mean, I think that that's not necessarily true either. I think that the reason the game is in the absolutely horrible state that it's in has nothing to do with the individual developers, right? The people sitting behind the screen typing the code are obviously doing the best that they can, right? Nobody shows up to work and goes, today I'm gonna create a bunch of mesh holes so that people can cheat, or, today I'm not gonna fix these mesh holes. The problem is that individual devs don't have autonomy to go after the things that they want to deal with, right? The individual devs do what they're told on the timeline that they're told to do it. And so the people who are ultimately responsible for the failed state of this game are the people in charge of setting up those timelines, right? Your C-suite executives who dictate like this map needs to be out right now for some monetary reason. And even your team leads for certain dev teams that are working on certain aspects of the project not managing the time resources of their team well enough and not focusing those time resources on the right things. But again, they're really only able to focus on the things that they're told they're allowed to focus on or that they're given priority on because of what your C-suite executives want for monetary reasons. So, Joe Schmo Dev, who's sitting there pounding away code, is doing the absolute best they can to make the game good. So they say maps are going to come out once a year, then maps would be far more polished. I agree with that for sure. If they increased the time frame for maps, that would absolutely work. But the reason they're doing that has nothing to do with the development team, right? It has to do with the executives. It has to do with their publisher. It has to do with people who are just making it as difficult as possible for the actual dev team to do their work. I mean, I guess you could still call it the devs, but it's not really the devs. It's the executive suite that causes those problems. Are there any? No cryopods. I have a cryopod in my inventory. Nice. Let's cryo this mana because it's in the way. Whoops, I was talking to myself there for a little while. Um, but that's kind of where I'm at. Is like if that person had been trying to raid me, then I would have gotten online just now and had an opportunity to fight them. Maybe they get in and maybe they take my stuff and maybe they don't. But at least I had a fight. At least I got to have that experience because being raided is part of this game. And it's kind of a fun part of this game. So, like, I'm happy to experience that aspect of the game. But to lose my base and then not even get to experience that part is just absolute trash. And of course, the base isn't entirely gone. There's. Actually, we're going to use this stuff. Better, not better. Okay, and we need a foot piece. why I why we play PvP to get raided and defend raids. Just saying, that's quite impressive how packed you have that spot. It is. I mean, it's just such a great spot. Love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And from a defending from a standard attack perspective, this spot is kind of crazy. Can I maybe use this other foot BP? Can I make one of these at least? I need a piece of foot armor. I can. Alright. Perfect. Now we'll stop slowly dying while we farm. Let's go get ourselves a jug of water. Let's get ourselves... I don't even think I have the stuff to make parachutes. Or grapples. I'm in such a bad position right now. Oh man, this is hilarious. I think I'm finally over my salty. Now it's just funny. Now it's just funny. Why do I play solo? Because I don't play well with others, Twisty. Don't play well with others. I have a tendency, when there are other people involved, to lash out at other people when bad things happen. You know, lash out at other people on my team or whatever. Because I'm a salty motherfucker. And so when I'm playing by myself, there's only really me to blame. And so I just blame me. Instead of when I'm playing with other people. And I can just blame them. So it's just better if I play by myself. Oh, nice. He picked some up. Will they pick it up beyond their weight cap? Anybody know? You know, honestly, I enjoy it, Twisty. I like farming. It is one of my favorite parts of the game, in fact. Yes, Pego will pick up the crystals for me. That is true. If I had a bigger operation going on, then I would worry about that. The crystals last a little while. Um, you mean like if I put metal in the snow owl, it'll give metal to these? Or do you mean the snow owl will give it snow owl pellets? Yeah. Yeah, but I only need snow owl pellets if I'm trying to get um like gear and stuff. All I care about right now is black pearls. Because it just increases the quality of their drops, yeah? And that doesn't matter to me right now. Just need the black pearls. You know what this whole experience makes me want to do? Is now I just want to build my base out in the open. Can't mesh into my rat hole if my base is out in the open. I'm just kidding, Twisty. Although I do think that I'm going to build a base back in that corner over there for farming metal and stuff. Because I don't like farming metal in the way I'm farming metal right now. I don't like having to use these forges. I'd prefer to have some steam forges going. Just getting the fuck after it, you know? I don't know, I built like a whole ass base. Big old monstrosity with tech reps and everything. So, something that is a little interesting about extinction is that off this cliff over here, if you go down a certain distance, you teleport back up above. And so I feel like there's some value there to making bases on some of the much lower platforms. Bitch, please. Get shitted on. Can I hit this one? Oh, yeah, I can. Oh, yeah. Get wrecked, nerd. Get wrecked by an Anki. What are you gonna do? What do you use to run bosses on centers, Rexes? Yeah, you could use Rexes. Because you have the Broodmother there, you could absolutely use Megatheriums because the Broodmother would give the bug buff by dropping the baby spiders. Um, I mean, pretty much any of the creatures that you would normally use run bosses would be viable. But Rexes are probably the easiest. The arena is large enough and open enough that you're not really going to run into a problem um, with the Rexes sort of getting in each other's way and stuff. They'll be able to kind of run all the way around. So, shouldn't be a problem just to use Rexes. I was going to just run the Gamma boss with a couple of Megatheriums and a Stego with a shotgun and just rock it that way so that I could get Ellie over there because I don't have good enough Rexes to actually do like the alpha boss. And I figured that would have been fine. The Stego shotgun thing, honestly, if you had a full tribe, you could probably do alpha with Stegos and shotguns. You'd have to have pretty good Stegos, but in decent saddles. But I bet you it's a possibility to run like 6 shotties. You'd want like capped shotguns, but I bet you could do it. A couple of veggie cakes so that your Stegos don't die. For a tribe of 6 people, right now this is my main map. I started playing on the island when ASA came out, and I got meshed out of my Pearl Cave after transfers opened. So I quit playing ASA until Extinction came out, and I just started up again with Extinction. So this is my only map right now that I have a base on. Because my center map just got meshed. I'm just getting started. This was a brand new character. I managed to buy alpha boss fights on the island for the first 3. I still need to do the alpha ascension and do the alpha bosses on the other maps as well. But we got all the island stuff done. So we have all of our tech. But yeah, we're just trying to get ourselves established. I was gonna main the center. There's some really good like metal farming and stuff over there. I found a good spot where I want to make a metal outpost on the center and do like metal, stone, and wood. I think I found a good spot where I could just dump a transmitter and do all that stuff. But we're kind of being put on hold now. We're just going to have to keep doing this here. I'm going to get another teleporter on this map, I think. Island is probably the best map because it's harder to mesh on there. Hard underwater can't be meshed so far. I just don't believe that. There might not be a really well-known mesh, but I'm willing to bet that somebody out there knows a mesh to those 2 locations. I mean, I lost my Pearl Cave to a mesh, so... Also, it's very unlikely that my solo self is going to get a hard underwater or a Carno cave and manage to hold on to it for any sort of time. Those base spots are way too big to try and hang on to as a solo. Just gonna have to find ourselves a little spot and put a bunch of turrets in the mesh. Okay, then let me rephrase. For somebody who is only as good at the game as me, building in a location like that, is not a good idea. Yo, what's up, Yumi? How are you today? Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I mean, I'm sure you've seen all of my turrets and all of my bases are built on the mesh, not on my structures. But it's not about whether or not I can build the base location. It's about whether or not I can defend it, because it doesn't matter where you put your turrets. Your base is still raidable. There's no such thing as unraidable. And so you have to be able to defend the location. And if you build in a large place like that, you're going to get attacked more. And so you have to be good at PvP. I am not good at PvP. And so for me, a location like that is not going to end well. And as a solo, I have, a 12-hour offline timer, which means they have 12 hours to get in where I'm not even going to be online. And again, the bigger your base location, the larger tribes that are going to come look to raid you. And so the better you have to be at PvP as a solo to try and hold them off. And I'm just not that good. I am never going to hold off a big 6-man tribe from my base location. That will never happen. If a big, well-established tribe comes to raid me, no matter where my base is, I'm probably going to die. As would 90% of players. Which is why I like base locations like I live in now, where there's an extremely tight crouch like there is, and you can't really get creatures and stuff in there, because it significantly reduces the number of viable options for raiding, and mostly just brings it down to body soaking, or, trying to finagle a creature through the mesh enough that it can get attacked, and so it makes soaking much, much harder, and so much fewer bullets can hold somebody off for a much longer period of time, giving me an opportunity to get online. Also, because it's such a small base location, it is identified by larger tribes as somewhere that probably doesn't have a lot of the things that they need. And so the likelihood that a whole 6-person tribe is going to come try and raid me is significantly diminished. And maybe I'll have a chance instead to fight against, some 2s and 3s or something like that, which will just be more fun for me and better content overall because I won't just be getting stomped on. Whoops, threw out some metal. Dum dum. But yeah, I'm really not looking to compete with the big tribes. At least not in a base raid scenario. Uh, I'll happily fight a person in the open world who's more established than me, but hard and smalls because so many tribes account share to cover offline timer. Something like 16 deep on account shares. I mean, that's. I don't. I don't know. Stuff like that doesn't really bother me, I guess. You can still only have 6 people on at a time. Do they get extra farm time? Absolutely. But there still is a real person on the other side of that computer that is actually playing that character. So I don't I don't really care. Like I understand it's against the rules, but it's not a rule that matters to me. Hard when you're like 5 person, you're getting raided by a tribe that's 6 accounts on 24/7. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. That's one of those things, though. So, my stance on most of that stuff is if you can't enforce it, then you can't have it as a rule. So, um, if Wildcard can't make you only have 1 person on each account at a time, then it has to be allowed because everybody needs to be allowed to do it, right? It needs to be expected. It needs to not be something that's relegated to, okay, only cheaters do this. So, because they haven't set up any systems, so if you can't have a system that prevents that from happening, and that system also can't impede regular players' play. So, you could, for example, make it so that an account can only be logged in for 6 hours a day, right? To make it fair. And if you do that, then you're guaranteed that if you get fobbed, you can only be getting fobbed for 6 hours at a time. And you can only be defending that fob for 6 hours at a time. And so that's fair, right? But then what if for example, I stream? I stream 8 hours a day. Well, now I can only stream 6 hours a day. What if it's the weekend? What if I took some time off? What if I really want to game really hard for 12 hours? So now you're impeding a regular player's ability to Okay, so you lock raiding to weekends only. So now nobody who has a different schedule can play this game. Right? If my weekend is Wednesday, Thursday, I can't play ARK. Because now I can't be online to defend my base during the raid time because I've got work. Is that a small subset of players? Absolutely. But you're still saying that if you have a non-traditional schedule for work, that we don't want you playing ARK. So you can't. You cannot lock raiding to just weekends because you completely eliminate some players' ability to play. So again, you can't make rules and you can't make systems that are actively a detriment to your player base. And so if you can't find a way to create a ruler system that physically disables, right? Because it's all well and good to put it in the terms of service and say, if you break the terms of service, you might get banned, so don't do it. That's not a deterrent. It's too easy to get around bans. It's, those things don't work. And so your game physically has to stop you from being able to commit acts that are prohibited within the game. And those systems that prohibit you from doing those things must not impede regular play. So you could say something like, okay, well, you can only log into ARK from this IP address where you made your account. But what happens if you get a new computer? What happens if you move? What happens if you go on vacation? What happens if you, right? There's a million things that would cause you to need to log in from somewhere else. So you can't do that. So that can't stop account sharing. You can't limit play hours because, sometimes you're in a position where maybe you want to pull an all-nighter and play for 24 hours. Why not offload offline raid protection? Offline raid protection is an interesting thought. Yes, I am muted. Sorry, I had to cough. And then I never turned it back on. Um, so I like the idea of ORP, but I think more important than ORP would be finding a way to make your base rateable when you're online and not rateable at all when you're offline. And if you do ORP, then you have to more severely limit the amount of structures and the size of a base that somebody can have. Because one of the things about ARK is that raiding consistently reduces structures. And being able to be raided means that you just place fewer structures, right? There's only so far that you're going to be willing to go to place your structures around your base if you could just have somebody come in with a mech and start destroying some of that spam. So raiding is a very important part of controlling what is built on ARK servers. Well, so that's fine. So they can't be raided. But that means that the number of structures being deleted from the world is going to significantly reduce. Also, servers are not connected. So if you're off server doing something, like raiding somebody else, you inhibit counter raiding because you leave your server, right? All of your players leave your server to go do a raid and nobody's logged into your server. So it would have to be global, right? If you're logged into the game at all, then every structure you have built on every server has to have its ORP removed. Otherwise, there would be no counter rating. But that also means that if any player in your tribe is online at all, then your ORP has to go away. So ultimately, ORP kind of becomes useless in that way. I think honestly, probably the game that did ORP the best was The Last Oasis, because you had the ability to leave leave the map with your entire base, right? Because your base was those mobile walker things, which I thought was really cool. I never played The Last Oasis, but not only was your walker sort of your raid tool, right? Because you fought other people on their walkers, but it was also your base. And so you could take the base like out of the map and then nobody could raid it. And then when you logged back in, you went back into a map and your walker was there. So I think that's probably the only really good and acceptable version of ORP is to have your base sort of vanish and reappear when you log in. I think that ORP creates more problems than it solves. I don't know. Also, a big reason that offline raiding is important is that people have a tendency in this game to popcorn. So the purpose of raiding is to steal another person's stuff. But if you raid somebody online, they just throw out all their stuff. And so you never get anything. So offline raiding is kind of an important part of that. But yeah, I mean, I really don't know. ORP might be a good idea. There might be a way to implement it that works well. Um, I would tend to agree with you, Zoot. I don't like being raided when I'm not online to defend. But that is pretty far down on my list of things that I think need to get fixed before to make the game better. I don't think ORP is necessarily super up there. Just have a wipe schedule once every 6 months or so. What is a wipe schedule going to do? A wipe schedule doesn't protect you from getting raided at all. We also have wipe servers. You know, you have, I think the Conquest servers wipe. So you can play Conquest if you'd like wipe servers. There's Apocalypse that only runs for about a month. So there's wipe servers there. But that already exists. I'm pretty sure that literally in the middle of my farm, the rates changed. No, doesn't say that the rates changed. But I am not getting nearly as much as I was just a minute ago. Do I need food? Would you look at that? I feel like I just ate 5 seconds ago. It would stop RMT. It would mean the player that got raided is less likely to quit. They just wait for wipe. Every player, new or old, would start again and have a fair shot. Um, it would absolutely not stop RMT. If you think that people are unwilling to spend every 6 months to regain their advantage, if anything, it would make the RMT trade better because wipe cycles mean that the rarity of good dinosaurs and resources gets reset. And so more stuff is more rare and sellable more often. So wipes would absolutely be good for RMT, not bad for it. They would make way more money if there was a consistent wipe schedule. As far as people continuing to play, I think you underestimate how much RMT Rust has. I think there's also a lot less stuff to RMT in Rust, right? You don't have dinosaur lines that are being bred. You don't have really any of that stuff. It's just resources and weapons. But I think there's just a lot less stuff to sell in Rust. But I definitely don't think that wipes would inhibit RMT at all. I absolutely think that they would benefit. And like I said, we do have wipe servers, right? We do have conquest servers. We do have Apocalypse. And I don't think Ark has a lack of player base either. The thing that hurts the Ark player base the most is the ability to control an entire server. So Ark runs into a problem where servers cost X amount, right? To run an Ark map, you need X amount of resources. It's going to take up X amount of electricity. You need a server for it. You need all of this stuff. And so their margins are being thinned, especially on small tribes, by the fact that a single player, or not a single player, but a single tribe, can take control of an entire server. So honestly, probably one of the best solutions would be a home server system that enforced the concept of not being able to raid on your home server and forcing you to raid off server. So if you had to actively select a home server, and selecting a home server was something that you could do regardless, right? Maybe only so many people could have the same home server. But while you were on that home server, if you did not have the ability to PvP with people who had the same home server while on your home server, so that would be the only place that you were restricted from PvP in any way, right? You couldn't raid them, you couldn't attack them, you couldn't anything. If you're on your home server and it's registered as your home server and somebody else's home server, you all cannot PvP at all. And that would mean that tribes that want to quote unquote control a server cannot do it. This is actually something I talked about a lot with a lot of the MMOs I was playing. And it's the fact that in massively multiplayer games, if you have a situation where the highest tier of community is controlled by a player, then you give that player an untenable amount of control over other players. And that leads to toxicity and exclusion and players quitting. So there needs to be a tier of community that you can join that other players cannot stop you from joining, right? That they have no ability to give you rules, that they have no ability to give you anything. And so I think a home server system like that would do that, where you join a server, you set it as your home server, and then automatically you sort of become tribed or allianced with any other person who sets that server as their home server. And so you have this de facto community that you've become a part of and that you get to play with. And you create a situation where those people are going to naturally want to be cooperative with you because the stronger you are, the stronger the server is. And so we sort of try and create that in small tribes, right? You have a lot of servers have, discords and stuff like that where everybody in the server kind of communicates and is cooperative, but there's still a tribe that's in charge of that, and they still decide who gets to stay and continue to be a part of it and who doesn't. And if you're not paying them their taxes or, whatever it is that they hold over you to allow you to stay in that situation, then you start to potentially get kicked out of that server. And so just taking that out of the hands of the players and making it a part of the game, I think would be really positive for ARK. And then, there are going to be people who come onto your server who aren't part of your home server to do things like tame creatures or scout bases for raids or whatever. And, everybody on your server is going to help defend from that. They're going to fight those people, they're going to whatever. So, yeah, I think that would probably be one of the few solutions that would actually work. But it's the same in pretty much every PvP MMO out there, right? If you look at Albion, if you look at New World, if you look at a lot of those PvP MMO games, a lot of them have the highest social system that you can join is a guild that is run by a person. And the people who run those guilds are some of the worst people I've ever met in my entire life. They're extremely exploitative. They have unreasonable expectations of their players. If you're not a part of the IT group or the in group of that guild when you join, then it becomes extremely difficult to be a part of anything that guild is doing. It's really unfun. So yeah, I think that would be a good solution. And I think it's a solution for pretty much every game of the type. And then you still have, the ability for your base to get raided. But you naturally have a support system, right? Maybe those people can't go into your base and actually utilize your resources and stuff to help defend you. But if they see a fob at your base, maybe they go stop off and try and attack the fob or something. Heck, you could even make it where you always hate the fact that you can't team. So, like, if someone's defending, say, Pack Cave, I can't go over PvP to help them because TOS says I can't. It's bullshit. So I agree, it is bullshit. But it exists for the same, or to prevent mega tribes from just taking over small tribes. The point of small tribes is that you're never going to be fighting more than 6 people. And they do that because a lot of people don't want to be a part of a big mega tribe. But my solution would solve that too, right? It would make it so you could allow teaming without the potential risk of mega tribes taking over. Because the reason mega tribes take over on 1X is because there is no de facto group. Right? You have to join a tribe. You can't. You have to be accepted into a tribe, right? You can't. you can't get together and join with people more loosely. And so mega tribes take that over. But if you had the home server thing, and even if you were never able to PvP with those people, right? If I select a home server, those people could become a part of my alliance on the entire cluster, right? I could never fight them. And that would even be fine, because then I could go ally with them on raiding, I could go do all this stuff. And the maximum that you would ever be able to get in that alliance would be maybe 50, right? Say maybe only 50 players can make an individual server their home server. And so you're only ever able to muster up 50 people to team on anybody. But because your tribe size is only 6, you run into a situation where you have to convince these other disparate tribes to come and do this attack with you in order to get more than 6 people to come. And of course, mega tribes would be able to muster up those people, right? They would have all of the tribes in a server. But mega tribes in 1x are enormous. How much resources did I just pull? 43, so that's 100 and something slots. So 4 slots each? Let's do 4 slots each. I don't know. I mean, I don't have all the solutions, obviously. I don't have any solutions. The the biggest thing is that I think a lot of times people call for changes, but those changes are going to create more issues where things are the way they are, because we're trying to prevent a specific issue that would ultimately be worse than whatever we're dealing with. But yeah, I do think that the home server thing is probably a good idea. It's the same thing that I say for every single massively multiplayer PvP game. You have to have a community that you can join without anybody being able to tell you you can't. Ashes of Creation is going to be doing a really good job of this, and I'm actually pretty excited to play Ashes of Creation when it full launches, because you can join, you can become a citizen of a node and have a voice in that node, and nobody can tell you no. Right? The mayor can't make you stop being a citizen. There is nobody in the whole game that can stop you from joining to be a citizen of a node. If everybody else in that node absolutely hates you, they cannot stop you from being a citizen. And that's important, because you need to have autonomy in joining your community. I think it's why a lot of the early PvP MMOs, like I used to play Dark Age of Camelot when I was a kid. It was my first ever MMO. And when you played Dark Age of Camelot, you joined a realm, and all of your PvE was done in this realm, and only people from your realm went into the PvE areas that you did, right? And I was Hibernia. And so on my server, all the Hibernian people were in my team. And I wasn't in a guild, I just played with my brothers. But whenever we were out in the PvP areas, every other person from Hibernia was on our team. And so if we were in a fight and somebody else from our realm ran by, they came and helped us. Even though we weren't teamed up with them, even though we'd never spoken to them, like you just had this de facto community around you. And if you saw somebody else in a fight, you could just go help. And that is an extremely important part of PvP MMOs, is that uncertainty. You know, is somebody else who is in some way allied with this person going to come help them? Now, in the modern era of gaming, with, you know, mega guilds and streamer guilds and stuff like that, you run into a lot more situations where the really big problem is that you can't create a container large enough to stop those guilds from filling it up. And what I mean by that is when I was playing Dark Age of Camelot, there were no guilds, there were no communities so large on any of the servers that they took up an entire faction and controlled an entire faction of a single server, because we didn't have the huge mega guilds that we have today. You know, super early days of MMOs, people were still learning and trying things out and stuff like that. And so now, if you went back to Dark Age of Camelot, that would absolutely be true. There would be groups that were in 100% control of entire factions on servers. And you won't be able to get away from that, no matter how big you make the server. Right? You could allow 100,000 people in a single server faction. They would still, at some point, somebody would take over an entire server, an entire faction. You just can't really avoid that anymore. Thoughts about disabling transfers for 1 month in a 6-month period for a week out of the month with your home server idea. Thoughts on disabling transfers for 1 month in a 6-month period or a week out of the month. So I like what you're talking about here. I like the idea of being able to build up. If I get wiped, I need some time, right, to sort of reestablish myself. And I think that's what you're trying to get at here, is giving people that time. What I think would be a better solution are servers that are permanent, but that you can't transfer into with stuff. So a lot of clusters have what they call beginner servers. MTS did it. And so if you had a constantly wiping set of beginner servers that maybe wiped on a 2-week to 1 month basis, and it may be possible that they have those still in official, but something that you could not transfer stuff into, because that's, you know, I'm getting the start that I'm getting because I came and started on an extinction server that is going to wipe, right? This server is only going to exist until the 28th of February, and then it's done. And because of that, there were a lot fewer people on this server than there normally would have been. And the people who were on this server were here kind of with a purpose. And so there was some PvP early days, but we've mostly gotten out of the PvP. Negligent Greyhound, get the fuck out of my... But yeah, so the important thing is that you want servers where people can't get to you for a little while. So I think a beginner server system is absolutely the solution there. It can wipe every month. It could be on a multi-wipe schedule, right? Maybe every week on Friday. Actually, this is absolutely how it should go. Every week on Friday, a new pack of servers should open. And those servers should not allow anybody to join them. you shouldn't need to make a brand new character, but you should have to join the server naked. And you get a month, right, from the weekend that the server starts until the server wipes. And every week it's in a rotation, right? So there will be 4 clusters of these beginner servers. And so every weekend they open again. And some people will join them just for the sake of PvPing. Right? Some people will be like, oh, this is great. I can just come in here and PvP on the weekends on some low tier Pteranodon stuff and not even have to worry. And that'll be fine. And that's fine, right? Give some PvP, make it still threat, right? You don't just get to free farm or whatever. There's still somebody there who might fight you. And that's fine. But then you get a month until your server winks out of existence and a new beginner server pops up in its place. And in that month, you build up. You find yourself a little base spot. You prefab whatever base it is you want for the server that you're going to call your home server. You can take stuff out of the server. You just can't bring anything into it. And then once you get your prefab done, then you move out, right? You don't have to move out straight away, or you don't have to wait the month to move out. You can move out whenever you want. But then you move your base out. You go to a regular base or a regular server. And then you set that regular server as your home server. And you're good to go. And I wouldn't even cluster the beginner servers. Make them all the island. So everybody's getting the same start, right? No advanced dinos or anything like that. It's just a start. You could even potentially make it so that, ooh, here's an interesting, okay. So if we're going to do the home server idea, let's make every home server the same map. So you can't home server on Extinction. You can't home server on Aberration. Your home server maybe has to be the island. And the reason for that is everybody sort of has the same access to the same stuff on their home servers. And then if you want Managarmers, you have to go somewhere where other people are going to be able to PvP you. I don't know. We're kind of getting into the weeds. But I definitely think giving people an opportunity. Ooh, nice. Nice shotgun. Look at that. And honestly, if you're doing it that way, you could maybe even make it so that the home servers can't even be accessed by anybody else. Like, just maybe make it so that your home server is just your home server. And it's just a PvE server. And it's just really basic stuff, and you just never get rated out of it. I don't know. And then, your rating will be outposts. So they actually already created a really good system for this. You have tribe towers now. And those tribe towers imbue benefits to the tribe the longer they exist on the server. So for right now, people are primarily using them on their home servers for XP buffs, for maturation buffs, for raising buffs, for taming buffs, for stuff like that. But in order to encourage people to build outposts on servers that are not their home servers, so that there is something to raid, use tribe towers for that purpose, right? So now you're making tribe towers because maybe I'm coming over here to Extinction to tame Managarmers. And this is going to be the Extinction server that I do all my Managarmer taming on. And so I build myself a tribe tower so that I get a taming speed increase. And then give people, make there be something that the longer my tribe tower existed, the more value of some sort it has, right? The more resources or something, maybe it drops. So that I have an incentive to build a tribe tower on this Extinction server to gain that advantage for taming or whatever. And then somebody else has an incentive to raid out that tribe tower because they can gain some sort of resource or XP or something from raiding my tribe tower based on how long it's been there. And so now you have a reason to build outposts off of your home server in the other servers. And you have a reason to raid those outposts. Mammoth. Okay. Going upstairs, putting out mammoth, getting trees. I forgot to get more food. Ruh-roh. I do like farming wood on a mammoth. It's a good time. But if you're going to use the home server idea, there does need to be a significant limit to the amount of structures you can build. Because, or to the area in which you can build a structure. Because people will intentionally go out and just block off everything because they'll want a server to themselves. And so they'll try and prevent others from coming onto their server and joining by taking foundation control of the entire server. And then you'll end up in the same situation where you can't just join any server and make it your home server. You would then have to be going and like getting permission from whoever's got all the foundation control to build, and they would have to then go and destroy some of their foundations. The idea of using transfers to purge structures? What do you mean transfers to purge structures? You mean every time you transfer off of a server, it destroys all your structures? That seems terrible. And I don't think you should disable cave building either. I think building in caves is fun. I like living in a cave. I think they should disable building in all of the artifact caves. Because that's stupid. But other than that, I don't have a problem. Maybe it's just because I'm a solo, though, so I really like building in rat holes. 6x, can't build in it. I could be okay with that. Right, we should have, I believe, 140 slots, which should mean 4 in each of these. Actually, any of these that have 6, we'll go ahead and put 6 in. Because we should end up with about the same amount of metal and wood. I don't know. More than anything, the cheating needs to stop. Because the rest of the stuff is honestly kind of inconsequential um, in relation to the cheating. Because the way the game is set up now would be sufficient if I wouldn't just get meshed out of every base I make. Because most people would honestly end up playing the game like me. You've got some mega tribes that take over whole servers. You've got you've got a lot of random spam and structures and bullshit that happens. But most players are like me, right? I'm just in my base, fairly small footprint, and most people just aren't good enough at the game, like me, to extrude themselves any more than that out into the world. And that's fine. For the most part, I can protect this base from people trying to attack it from the front. Am I eventually going to get raided out? Absolutely. But I would have an opportunity to not get raided if there wasn't a bunch of cheating. And so if you could just get rid of that, the rest of this kind of becomes a moot point because the game would be fine and people would play it. You just have to stop people from meshing bases. I can even deal with bullshit like ESP and imbots. I could deal with speed hacks. Like, all of that stuff is at least somewhat manageable. But I cannot deal with somebody completely circumventing the defenses I put. When stream gaming becomes more mainstream, that will reduce a lot of cheaters. I don't think it will. Because those people don't care. You're not going to get a person to stop cheating because somebody might see them cheating. They don't give a shit. The anonymity of, or do you mean stream gaming like NVIDIA GeForce Now like I use? Okay. Yeah, yeah. Um, I definitely agree with that. I think GeForce Now is a great anti-cheat tool. The problem is that GeForce Now is now putting a limit, which either is because they're extremely greedy or because they weren't able to actually turn a profit. Um, while allowing an unlimited amount of access to their system. Because as of January of this year, 2025, you can now only use GFN for 100 hours a month, where you have to pay extra, which is going to completely kill the streaming service model for gaming. All right. That is 33 forges going. But I definitely think, Twisty, we talked about this just the other day on here. Um, not even from a cheating perspective, but just from an optimization perspective, one of the biggest challenges to PC game development is that there are an almost infinite number of variations of hardware and software that people use on their rigs. Why can't I see my bird? And so those variations make it almost impossible to optimize a game. I also agree with that. Yeah, absolutely. A virtual machine on your own client. But yeah, so if you were just constantly only having to build a game or develop a game for a single set of hardware and software, like it was always going to be the exact same system because people were playing on a specific cloud service like GeForce Now, then that would make optimizing video games in general just laughably easy because all you'd have to do is just build it on the machine that it was being played on. It's why consoles are so much better optimized and why, while they're usually significantly less powerful. Console games typically look just as good or better than their PC counterparts, is because they're extremely well optimized for those systems. Because it's just really easy to do. And so being able to do that for PC would be really great. Um, and you could roll that right into a subscription for an MMO or something like that. So you pay your MMO subscription, and then as part of that, you get access to your virtual computer that you play on or whatever. It all works extremely well. Man, we getting all kinds of black pearls. Look at that. Oh, apparently we got a gun. I don't need. And that I also don't need. Let's go get... Oh. Do we have the ability to really get more wood up here? No, it's pretty much all gone. I guess we could go that way. It's fine. That's enough wood for now. That'll cook all that metal down. Hey, Twisty, thank you for the follow over on the Twitch. Really appreciate it. And thanks for the good conversation. We've been having a great conversation today. It has really made me think about some stuff. Let's take our Doty. And we're actually going to go get Crystal with the Doty. Right. Because that's what we need more than anything. We're going to get some Crystal with the Doty, and then we'll get some organic poly with our Mana Garmer. And that'll allow us to start making some stuff like our tech legs, like another tech teleporter and tech generator that we're going to actually take to the we're going to go ahead and take down into the forest so that we can farm wood way better. Yeah, just a bunch of stuff. I am tired of getting shitted on. Then we're going to make steam forges, and we're going to go build a steam forge base. I'll show you guys where later. Hopefully we can get it all done today. Nice to have a debate on what's actually good for the game and listening to your ideas. You're really intelligent, probably more than Wildcard. Unlimited, some of your ideas would make the game so much better for everyone. You know, I've been playing games for a really long time. And so I've had an opportunity to see a lot of different things work and not work. I honestly haven't really come up with any original ideas. I'm just looking back at things that I thought were fun from games that I've played in my past and going, oh wow, you know, you could kind of do that exact same thing in this game. Like the realms in Dark Age of Camelot. Right? That's not my idea. That's just the way those games used to be. And they were incredibly fun, and I don't know why we don't make games like that anymore. Don't make no damn sense. Don't make no damn sense. Because it really does kind of foster a toxic environment to have games set up this way, where you give so much control to your player base. Because it's about so I shit on the people who lead guilds and stuff a lot, especially mega guilds, because those people usually lead to a lot of the toxicity that exists in games. But it also is important to recognize that those people can't play the game any other way, or they would be doing a disservice to the communities that they've built. Um, so, mega guilds, for example, in ARK, oops, require you to gather a certain amount of resources every day. And if you don't gather that amount of resources, then you get kicked from the guild. And it feels really bad for people who have lives because they can't join those communities. And that's really the only way that they would be able to succeed is to join those communities because the game is just too harsh for them to succeed on their own because they can't farm enough resources, they're not online enough, so they need those communities, but then those communities don't want them because they're not the highest tier of player. And you need the highest tier of player because you want to have the most success you possibly can. So if you're running a mega guild and you manage to recruit 10 really good players, you now have an obligation to those 10 really good players to only recruit other really good players and to only recruit other people who are going to be able to put in the time to support those good players, because otherwise you're not going to be able to succeed. And those players who are putting in tons of time, who are playing a lot, who are really good at the game, are now wasting their significant amount of time and skill. And so you have to be extremely discerning about who you're allowing into the guild. You have to be extremely strict about what the rules are. You have to, enforce this idea of earning your spot in the guild. Because otherwise, the people who go above and beyond start to feel like they're being taken advantage of. And so the only way to make sure that nobody feels like they're being taken advantage of is for everybody to be putting in this sort of monstrous amount of effort. And so they sort of have no choice but to create this toxic environment, which is kind of interesting. And so I don't necessarily think it's those individuals' fault, although I have yet to meet a person who ran a mega guild who I didn't think was just an absolute freaking trash panda. So, um, maybe it's because the systems that you have to incorporate sort of lend themselves to those types of people wanting to be in charge. I don't know, but I have never liked a leader of a mega guild that I've met. Pretty much all butt faces. Let's go ahead and just get this thrown out here, and I'll just go dump this stuff in its proper place. Oh, I probably teleported the RG. Oh, goodness. That was almost bad. That is probably enough crystal. That's 2,700. So let's go see about Holly thing. Yeah, lagged out. I lost the base in the center. I didn't lose the base here on Extinction. We're still good over here. But I had a base that I was going to be moving into on the center, and it got meshed. The first thing that got destroyed was my generator, so... And it was like way back in my base up on the second floor in a corner, so... The only way to have gotten to it first would be to have meshed it. Which upsets me considerably. But yeah, at least I still have my extinction base. You son of a beach. Trying to find a good rat hole in the center just now. Um, I don't know if there are any good rat holes on the center lagged out. Just due to the fact that they seem to all be meshable. Like really, really meshable. And honestly, I'm starting to wonder what I'm gonna do. Because I just can't. Like, I feel like there's just no solution, you know, to the meshing problem. Whoops. Okay. It's okay now. We're good. Oh, what a clusterfuck that was. Let's go get some poly. Oh, my Anki fell off the cliff. Guess we need to go do something about that. Silly Anki. Jumping off of cliffs. I appreciate you trying to save me. Really do. I'm good. I save you. You don't have to save me, Anki. Really? I'm not getting any corrupted nodules from these? Okay. Why have I now not gotten corrupted nodules from 3 creatures in a row? This is absolutely ridiculous. Hey, there's some corrupted nodules. Holy shiznit. Somebody on a manic armor. It is. Pinecone. I see your hiney, nice and shiny. I like that red. Actually, it looks pretty hot. Okay, bye. They were probably trying to talk to me, but I can't see chat, so... Here, I'll go show you all. Some of y'all haven't seen this yet. This is the place where I'm going to go to put my... Laws TV. Hey, what's up? Are you that pinecone person? Is that you on that sweet red manic armor? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel also. Or are you the person who meshed my base on the center? Because you're a butt face. Those are the only two people I could imagine you are. So this is where I'm going to set up my steam forges. Right over here. Because there's this super sweet spot over here. Down on this ledge. And you don't have to go out into the red to get to it. It's just right next to the red. So I'll show you. Whoops. But yeah, so you can get down here just fine without going into the red. If you don't suck. So like on a PT it would be easier than on a manic armor, but now red mana is me, want one? King, I'm actually pretty good. I've got a decent mana line going. It's not... it's not a great mana line, but it's pretty decent. I'm having fun with it. I appreciate the offer. Laws TV, no bro, but I am the one person that you almost met 2.5 hours ago. So the person who messaged my center base. That's the only person I could have almost met 2.5 hours ago, because that's right about when I started streaming. I don't think there was anybody else running around. Yes, and I'm sorry. You're sorry? I don't really give a crap about your sorry. You cheated. That's unacceptable. Why would you come into my stream? But I don't use the method. Someone will use it on me sooner or later. Oh, okay. So you cheat because eventually somebody else will cheat. That's really good. Okay. Well, I tell you what. Bye-bye. And now we have no more Laws TV. That's actually kind of what I was hoping would happen, was that the person who meshed me would come and tell me that they meshed me, so that I could ban them. And so now I know who they are. So if they have a name like Laws or anything like that in um, in the game, then I'll know who they are, and I can go raid them. Well, yeah, they're banned now. They won't be back unless they decide to make a new account. Of all this stupid, I mean, that's just a cop out. That person wasn't actually using the mesh method, because if I don't do it, somebody eventually will. That's just some bullshit that they're saying to make it seem okay. Like I didn't really want to, but I didn't have a choice. Like, no, you had a choice and you're just a piece of garbage. It looks like they might also be a content creator, because they had TV or whatever on their name. So they may have made some content. So it might be possible for me to go over to their YouTube channel. And if they've got anything that shows where their base is on there, maybe I can find out where their base is. Get some decent stegos. Maybe I can go soak them down. Depending on whether or not they've got a tribe, they could be playing with a tribe instead of solo, but still. Maybe worth the try. Might be worth the try. People just can't help themselves but to brag about their wrongdoings. And it's hilarious. Like, not only are you a pathetic cheater, but you felt compelled to come over into my stream 2.5 hours later and then what, brag to me about it? Like, really, dude? Give me a break. Give me a break. It does feel nice to know for sure that I wasn't missing something. I was a little bit concerned. I mean, even though the generator got nuked first, and then the bed, and then the turrets, and I was fairly certain that I had gotten meshed, I was a little bit concerned that maybe I missed something. Um, maybe there was something else going on. Maybe I screwed something up with my defenses or something like that, and they were able to just get inside and take out my gen. But having them straight up admit it is nice. So now I know for sure. People keep trying to mesh our ab rat hole. Oh, yeah. Almost lost a whole base in 10 minutes. Damn. Such bullshit. You know what that means? Since people are going to use it on you, you might as well go mesh other people's bases, King. Let's keep that. Why not? Were they using the enforcer method as well, or what? What method were they using to try and mesh your base? Let's get this stuff back over here. And let's see about making some things that I need here. Take a crab and a megalania, stick it through the wall. Oh, nice. Nice. That's fabulous. That's a really difficult mesh method. You can run the megalania anywhere because it doesn't anti-mesh. Oh, wow. Wow. So that's just an everything everywhere mesh method. That's super great. I really like that. What do I need to make here? I need to make another teleporter. What am I missing? Oh, metal. Right. Need to make another teleporter and another generator. That's, wow. I can't believe that that's a thing. You want to be allies? Can I build on your server? Brett is great. Hey, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel, Brett. I don't own a server. I'm not strong enough to be able to say yes you can or no you can't build on whatever server I'm on. I'm currently on a temporary extinction server. But I personally, Brett, have a rule where I don't shit where I eat. So wherever my base is, I will be very, very unlikely to raid on that server. So if you find yourself on a server with me, I will absolutely have a non-aggression treaty with you. and not mess with you while you're on the server where I live, because that's just the best way to get yourself built up, is to not try and create animosity with people who are on the server where you're trying to build your base. So yeah. You just got raided, and that sucks. I'm sorry, dude. I just got meshed today. And then the person who meshed me came into the chat just now to tell me that it was them, which was super cool. Alright. Teleporter. Generator. What do I need? A little more poly and some more metal ingots. Alright, let's go get some more poly. Let's not use derogatory terms like gay in the chat. Meshers suck. Meshers are dickheads. Meshers are assholes. But let's not be derogatory towards our LGBTQ friends. That's not nice. This fucker. Okay. Stop hitting me. I just want to breathe ice on you. It's not a big deal. I am really interested to go try and find Laws TV on YouTube and see if I can find his base through his YouTube or their base. Because that would make me no end of happy. I would love to blow up their shit. Look at all these pteranodons. What are y'all doing? Leave Brittany alone. Oh my gosh, and the Dilophosaurus. This is actually kind of insane. Nice. Bring over a little meat here. Alright, we got all of our poly. Let's get back to the base and build this generator. That's not where that goes. And then we go generator. How much metal does it say we need? Says we need an extra 610. Yeah. We might have that much now. La-da-dee. La-da-dee. Once we get this generator made, I'm probably gonna take my lunch break because it's been about 3 hours since we started here. And I want to turn on my heater a little bit, warm up my room, and have some peanut butter and jelly tacos. And then we'll get back to the grind. So let's consider we have learned about two very easy, fairly universal mesh, what's the word I'm looking for? Methods? There we go. In the past half hour or so. One of them is to push a Megalania into a wall with a crab. Which seems fairly universal, but also means that probably If you had some internal turrets, you could maybe avoid that one. I don't really know how the method works, if they're crawling around inside the mesh, or if they're crawling around, like they're getting pushed into caves and crawling around inside of your base. They're probably crawling around inside the mesh. So that one actually might not be able to be stopped with internal turrets, because they'll just drop the C4 on your base from inside the mesh. And internal turrets won't do anything about that. You'd have to have turrets actually in the mesh to do anything about that. Which we are going to do at our next base. I am 100% putting turrets in my mesh. And you can kiss my butt. That's happening. Because I'm tired of getting killed. However, the other mesh method seems like something that can be circumvented, because they're using an enforcer, I assume, to dash into bases, and there's just lag that is causing the enforcer to not run into walls, and then they end up inside of your base instead of necessarily inside of the mesh. And so mesh turrets will probably help with that too. But that one can probably be stopped with some internals. And just having turrets that are in your base, so as they come through, they just get shot off. I guess a little bit of the issue there is they could do it with some C4 on the creature, and then mesh in, and when your turrets shoot, as long as they mesh in right next to their target, they could still like blow up your generator or something. It would take quite a bit of effort to do something like that. They'd probably lose a couple enforcers in the process, but eventually I think they would get in that way. So the best thing probably is just going to be to put some turrets in the mesh around my base from now on. And that's just going to have to be a thing, unfortunately. I do not want it to be. I don't like the idea of building in the mesh. But as long as we'll be careful about it, and we'll make sure that it's not in a position where if somebody is legitimately raiding me, that the bullets will shoot them. And so that way, any legitimate raiders can still just raid as normal. And we'll try and set it up in such a way where only people who are coming from the mesh are going to get hit by the turrets. We'll even put the turrets, we could put them on low and probably be fine. So that way they won't shoot out of the mesh and hit people. Because I don't want to be that person. And then let's see, can I make neck legs? Missing some poly, okay. Well, I'll just go at myself. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and do this lunch thing. We actually are probably pretty close. I popped out that new female Megatherium I found yesterday. I created a baby from that, and I created a baby from the two females I got with my male stats. So I have 3 good Megatheriums here. They're 29 HP, 30 melee. They're not great. They're good. But they also have Let's see. So this is the one that had good female. It didn't get any of my female stats. Well, I guess the health is the same, but it didn't get my female's melee. And then these other two got my male's health and melee because the female mothers also had it. So now I can have 5 Megatheriums with my decent health and melee stat. It'll all be imprinted, which will be great. It should help with a little bit of bossing on whatever server I end up finally being on. To be able to do, some of the bosses for Element. But yeah, we're going to take a little break for about 5 minutes here. I'm going to go warm up some tortillas and get some peanut butter and jelly. Do some peanut butter and jelly tacos here. And then we'll get back to this grind. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes here. Alright, we back. Let's... see here. Aw. Well, I was able to find the person that meshed me, but they haven't posted a video in 5 months. I'm not going to be able to use their YouTube to try and find their base. And that's just sad. Oh well, what are you going to do? Okay. Gonna take a few minutes here to get this food in me. Do love me some peanut butter and jelly. It's like the perfect midstream food. Doesn't take all that long to make. Takes a little while to eat, which means I'm kind of just sitting here talking for a little while. But sugary, just delicious. So yeah, now that we've got some metal running, and we've got this TP and this TP and generator specifically are going to go to the sunken forest with the cryo fridge, and I am going to take my mammoth over there for wood farming. So that's all that's going to be. And then over in that spot in the corner that's butted right up against the red zone over there, I'm going to go build a smelting station over there with a TP and a Jenny and hopefully 2 or 3 steam forges. And we're going to go but wild. Alrighty. Let's get back into it. We need more poly. But let's look at what is it going to take. Oh, wow. It takes 1,000 poly, but only 3,250 metal, which is a surprisingly decent amount. Yeah. So something we're going to need. I'm so sad. I took my entire farm of chitin over to the other base the other day. And so my almost 600 slots of chitin are gone. My 100 something slots of obsidian are gone. So we're going to have to refarm those out. We need a bunch of stone. I had almost a daddy of stone that's now gone. So, let's start replenishing. Let's do some stone action here. So let's get my Doty. We'll get stone, and then we'll get obsidian, and then we'll get some chitin again. Actually, I don't need to go down here. I need to go up here. Holy crap, I'm almost dead. Didn't even realize. All about getting this farm. I was actually going around yesterday while stream was over, and I was getting donkeys. I went over to an island server and got myself a frog, and I didn't find a good donkey, but I did get 2 mineral bearing level 1s and a mineral bearing level 2 for donkeys that were also over at the base that just got meshed, which is honestly kind of unfortunate because I was looking forward to donkey farming, the metal and stone and stuff. I think that was going to go really well, but we're going to have to put that off a little, I guess. I also really wanted to go try and find wyverns today, but I don't have a base to put them in because I can't transfer to this server. So, unfortunately, I'm not going to be doing that. We are just 100% on this resource grind right now. I am going to make so many steam forges. I'm going to get so much metal. I wonder, so steam forges use 1.5 raw metal to make a metal ingot, which is half a metal less than any other type of forge. I wonder if they will do something with scrap metal too. So if I farmed up a bunch of scrap metal, would I maybe get more than a single scrap metal ingot out of a scrap metal? Like 1.5 scrap metal ingots or something like that? Maybe 4 to 6, or I don't know. Is interesting to think about, though. Might need to see about it. Because we don't get a ton of scrap metal with the Doty on the lampposts and stuff, but it's not totally insignificant. There might be some value in hanging on to it. I keep becoming like reflustered. Like, I was doing pretty good there for a little while. And even after our friend who meshed me came into the chat, I wasn't really that upset. But now I'm like re-flustered by the whole situation, re-angry. It's really throwing off my day. And I absolutely, even though I have this base over here, were I not streaming this game, I would have totally quit today. That's 100%. But since I'm streaming, gotta keep going. Gotta build up again. I'm pretty sure I can replace most of what was in that base in a day. I mean, it was only really a single prefab base worth of stuff. So especially if I can go ahead and drop myself a steam forge somewhere, it should be relatively easy to recuperate everything that was lost. You know, I'm still not terribly end game. I'm sort of late mid game. So, you know, I didn't have lines to lose really, at least not over there. Nothing's been bred up or anything like that really. I don't have mutations to protect. I don't have any of that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, really all we lost was our structures and whatever resources we had still sitting over there. Which is booty cheeks, but it is not unrecoverable like, you know, a base that I'd been living at for months and months and maybe had some mutation lines and stuff like that at. Okay, I just wanna kill this Pteranodon. Please die. Please stop being a nuisance. Thank you. Oh, I hate you, Pteranodons. Why do you exist? I sit, I wonder why, oh, why you left me, oh, Sandy. I guess that's a full weight here. So let's go back and depot this shiznit. Probably do another 2 runs. Yeah, let's do 2 more stone runs. That'll be enough. We're getting like CP and stuff. That's mostly what I'm worried about right now. We'll worry about the spark powder and stuff like that later. Honestly, I'll probably go ahead and farm flint to make spark powder instead of using my grinder, just because the grinder is going to make such long work out of getting flint. I actually think I can gather more flint than I can get out of one grinder. I feel like you need like 2 grinders per indie for, or per chem bench, if you're going to be making spark powder that way. And I would say maybe 4 grinders for makeshift mega lab. Maybe even more. To turn off my heater real quick, sorry. We're having a little bit of a cold day today, and then it'll be a little bit chilly tomorrow. But after tomorrow, it looks like we're going to have a week of like lows in the 20s and highs in the 40s to 50s. So that's exciting. There is something wrong though. I just went and flushed my toilet and it flushed really slow. I'm not really sure what's happening with that. Literally just started happening. The last thing I need is more broken shit. Possible it's because it's so cold. We've left the water running. So hopefully our pipes aren't freezing. That would suck. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully it just fixes itself, right? That's the proper solution. But I am pretty concerned about it. I don't know exactly what it would mean, but probably gonna mean that I'm gonna have to take a day off streaming sometime in the next week when it starts to warm up just a little. And do some investigation and potentially maintenance. It's tomorrow's Tuesday, so maybe day after tomorrow, because that'll be the first day it starts to warm up. We'll just take Wednesday off this week and try and get some stuff done around the house. I need to fix the kitchen sink is backing up. So many things. The house was built in like the 60s. So sometimes things just go wrong. By sometimes, I mean always, and by things, I mean everything. I need some food in my belly, or my character is gonna die. Now that we've beat the whole mesh horse to death, I have nothing left to talk about. I'm just sitting here farming resources. Because of the prevalence of meshing, we are going to get back to we're going to get back to our idea of diversifying. We haven't been diversifying nearly quickly enough. If it's going to take an average of about a week and a half to 2 weeks for somebody to find my base, who is a person who will mesh, then I need to be making a new base more often than that, so that we don't lose all of our stuff. So probably once a week, we need to be getting ourselves put into a position to be dropping a new base and a couple of new farming outposts, so that we can just kind of stay ahead of that and just kind of keep moving, or at least have somewhere to go. Of course, then the more bases you have, the more of them are going to be found. in any given week. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe we just need to come up with some bases that can't be meshed. Everybody's saying hard underwater Incarno. Maybe we just bite the bullet, try and take one of the big boy spots. I suppose because the island server has been out for so long, and because it's so small, it would stand to reason that that's the one that's gotten the most work. So maybe that's why meshing could potentially be less prevalent there. I really don't know. Whatever. Whoops. Wrong teleport. Diggity da 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 da. Diggity da 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 da. What the heck? Here we are. This is the snow owl I need. It has a saddle. It can heal me. Alright. One more round of stone. And then we'll do a round of obsidian. And then we'll go get more Titan. That one had 9. What do you got, bud? 7? 8, 9? Look at that. Got some interesting stuff. Yodi. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't pick up the Dodigerous. That's freaking hilarious, dude. That's so freaking hilarious. Oh my goodness. What a day. Can't believe the day only really just started. I've only been awake for like 5 hours. Already feel so tired. I am so stressed out right now. Okay. I just did a little exploration. Try and figure out what the problem could be, and I think I kind of figured it out. None of those issues seem like they're terribly bad. I think it's going to be alright. Should be able to identify and fix it pretty easy. And that makes me feel much less stressed. Just really getting tired of things in my house breaking. Unfortunately, things tend to have sort of a cascading effect. When things start to break, everything seems to start to break. And then you're just totally underwater. Can't seem to get out again. And so you ignore the problems and play video games. It's definitely the healthiest solution, right? Because it's for sure the solution I'm gonna use. Sit here flying in circles, gathering up resources in a dinosaur game. Because let's face it, if this was real, who could feel stressed out riding a dinosaur? I probably wouldn't want to ride one of the flying ones. I'm afraid of heights. But you could definitely get me on one of these roly-polies. I'd go rolling around, whacking stones, gathering up stuff. Hell yeah. Or like on a T-Rex, just munching on some things. I haven't watched the animated series. Maybe I should. But I just didn't really enjoy the first episode, so I haven't seen it. But maybe having a different perspective on it, thinking about, what would it be like to be one of the survivors in ARK? Wake up on a beach, naked and afraid with a weird thing in your arm. And then to find out that the other things that inhabit the world that you were just dropped into are freaking dinosaurs and mythical creatures like griffins and shit. I don't know if I would survive. In fact, I know I probably wouldn't survive because I can't even survive in the video game, much less in the real life. I would for sure end up dead. But maybe, just maybe, I could, like, tame myself a Dilophosaur first. At least for a little while, I could have myself a little dinosaur pet. That'd be super dope. It'd be worth it. No, I dropped it just a little too far. Oh well. I'm full anyway. Might as well just go back. Might as well just go back. We're flying a little slower. I would especially probably freak the hell out if I got dropped in extinction and saw a Manic armor. I would probably lose my shit. I don't feel like that's something I could cope with. Alright. So our third trip is stone, so we're probably going to leave it at that. Probably can put the Dodic away. I think we're pretty much done with him. Guess I'm not getting that one. 750 slots of stone, that's pretty good. Put this stupid thing away. We may need it again later to get some electronics and some powder, some dust. We'll be fine. We'll definitely do that. Let's see, did we get any special ones? We did. What do you got for me? Hey. Nice pair of gloves. Thanks, ooh. And a wooden behemoth gateway. Look at all these resources we're getting. We got 1,400 black pearls. Yeah, I'm digging it. I'm digging it. Got a decent shotgun here with the 180%. Honestly, we probably need to just go ahead and get some owls with these things, get them to eat some owl pellets. Why can I suddenly not access the inventory of my thing? Can't access the inventory of either of them. That's sweet. Thanks, game. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Let's get some obsidian. Because we need Mui Poly. I'm gonna do obsidian for, I don't know, half hour or so maybe. And then we'll go double black cap on chitin. Like we did last time. And then we'll make tons of hard poly. Why? Why is this thing following me? I hate you. I don't remember clicking the button that said follow me, stupid. Once these two are out of food, I'll probably just call it quits. With the black pearls, I've got 1,400. That's more than enough for me for a while. Let's throw this thing out right over here next to this one. And then we'll throw its metal over there next to it. It'll pick it up on its own. Or not. Alright, we're good. Let's go get some more obsidian. Oh, obsidian. Where are you? I feel like there normally are some obsidian nodes over here. Somebody else took them. It's all your fault, isn't it, King Sogs? I blame you. I blame you. want obsidian. What I don't want is that metal. Or all this. Look at all that obsidian now. Obsidian is delicious. And it is exactly what we need for making poly. Lots and lots of poly. It's definitely faster to get poly this way. Although I still need to go ahead and set up poly farm with penguins. Maybe that'll be something we do tomorrow. I think. Of course, I always make plans for stuff like that, and then I never get around to it because something else comes up or I forget. But maybe tomorrow we'll go tame some penguins. It should only take a little while. Oh, is my stupid bird level 1 again? Hate this glitch. So obnoxious. Good to go. More obsidian. I like it when they're packed nice and close like this. A little over 2,400 there. A little over 1,200 poly. Which is enough to make 1 steam forge. I want at least 2. I want at least 1 for wood and 1 for metal. I don't think I could fill up more than 1 steam forge full of metal. I feel like that's out of the scope of my potential. Especially here on Extinction. There's just only so much metal on Extinction. You kind of have to fly around a lot to get it. I'm probably going to have to actually find a better place for metal. I don't know. I don't think this is the spot, though. I don't think this is how we get it done. Can I get a bunch of scrap metal maybe from whacking light posts with an Anki? Or will the Anki just generally give me less than the Dodic on those? Don't know. Don't know. It'll be something to look into, I guess. Die, Pteranodons. You suck. Nobody cares about you. Wow, let's get some more Pteranodons over here, yeah. A great plan. Okay. Okay. What the holy shit is going on? Where are all of these Pteranodons coming from? Holy crap. That was obnoxious. I need to grow some plant species Y too. Need to try throwing out my gotchas in my base. Get some plant species Y. I could watch TV at night and just tend to gotchas. That'd be super dope. Probably gonna go find an Ellie Dust gotcha instead of trying to breed one like I was doing earlier. It just seems way easier. If I could have a pair of each of the gotchas that I want, like an Ellie Dust pair and um, a Black Pearl pair and maybe even an Obsidian pair and, just some stuff like that, crystal, just kind of rotate them around at a decent spot in my base. Give them some plant Y. Probably be alright. Probably be a good deal. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to unmute there. Thumb twitched. Twitchy thumb. There's some clusters of obsidian over here somewhere on one of these. Over here. Thought it was over on that other one, but that was just a couple of oils. I'm missing something. Maybe it's lower. Maybe it's over here. This is definitely not the cluster I was looking for, but whatever. Obsidian is obsidian. Gosh, I love killing stuff with an Anki. It needs to be like a super huge Anki. Forget about gigas and stuff like that. Of course, I guess we kind of have them. In ASE anyway, we don't have them here yet. The Magmasaurs. Another creature I've never had one of is a Magmasaur. Never really needed it. But when Genesis comes out, totally gonna get some. I'm not surprised, not everything lasts. Broken my heart so many times I stopped keeping track. Where, oh, where is my obsidian? Ooh, here's some. Let's get some obsidian. Oop. Dooby-doo. But he's doing things. Oh, good. Now my Anki is level 1. Real freaking useful game. Real freaking useful. So I can't see the weight change in the Anki, but apparently my bird can. Because when my bird picks up the Anki, it shows the Anki's weight added to its. This is the dumbest glitch I think I've ever seen in my life. We don't have any water. We'll have to fill up when we get back to base. That should have us pretty full. Have you found another server? Hey, what's up, Steely 2? What is the happy apps? Yeah, so I found another server. I put down a base on a center server. It was going really, really well. And then this morning, right as I was getting online, somebody meshed my base and blew it up. So that was fun. And then they came into my chat about 2.5 hours later while I was streaming, so about an hour and a half ago. And they were like, sorry, but if I didn't do it to you, somebody would have done it to me. So I had to. Watch out for enforcers. They're super glitchy right now. And then I banned them. That's how my day's gone so far. Well, so I made. It's possible they didn't know who I was before. I've never seen them in my stream before. But you know, my name in the game is Survival Hermit TTV. And I did post in the global chat of the server where I got meshed. I was like, hey, nice mesh. You're a piece of shit. So they had a couple of opportunities to see my name. And then my thumbnail says on YouTube, it says solo, or it says small tribes day 31. Center base got meshed. So I honestly, I was a little bit hoping that they would come to the stream because I couldn't figure out their name because they C4'd everything. So, you know, you don't see the name of the person when they C4 things. So I wasn't going to be able to figure out who they were. But I saw that they were LOZZ underscore TV. So I was hoping that, you know, maybe they have a name similar in ARK. So maybe I'll be flying around on a server sometime and see somebody named LOZZ something. And I can be like, hey, it's that motherfucker. And then I can blow them up. I went and I looked at their YouTube, and unfortunately they haven't posted anything in 5 months. So there shouldn't be, or there likely isn't, any way for me to figure out where their base is by watching their YouTube videos, but whatever. One of these days, maybe I'll get a chance to blow their shit up. I was pretty salty for most of this morning. I was kind of in my feels, but I'm feeling a little better now. I should probably just throw out some of this obsidian, but oh, I know what to do. The stupid RG. It's weight reduction on obsidian. A doy? Wasting all this time for no reason. Just being a time waster. Oh, I hate you. Go away. Why are there so many of you? Actually suck. You're trash. I hate you. Together we could be so amazing. And being in your life is gonna change me. And I know someday that it'll all turn out. You'll make me work so we can work to work it out. What are you doing? So confused, Anki. The Anki doesn't have the obsidian. I'm a dum-dum. I think this one might be out of food. It is. This one's probably pretty close. Boop boop. The Pearls of Blackness. Travel. Alright, 5,600 is 2,800. So almost 3,000. Obsidian. Or poly. Can be made from that obsidian. Drop these black pearls off. Drop this poly off. So that's definitely going to be enough poly to make Oivek. Definitely going to be enough poly to make 2 steam forges, which is really where I'm at. I need 2 steam forges. I'll live ahead. And I'm going to need another. Well, is there a way to power a tech teleporter without no. I would say without a tech generator, like just putting element in it. But it doesn't appear that there is. So the next thing we need is Titan. So we have our Megatherium. Actually, let's not use that Megatherium. Let's use one of these ones that we just got. Yeah. We'll level this one up a little bit while we do this run. Put a nice little apprentice saddle on it. We have our charge batteries. We need a powered up charge battery. I think the one that I had that had power, I actually just took to try and go to the other base. I was gonna go see if I could pick some scraps. But then I changed my mind, and so I think the battery is actually in my upload, which means I can't get it out. So we'll have to go ahead and charge up another one. It's a little obnoxious. But let's get back over here. Let's get on our feathered friend here. Who that is? Hmm. I only see the name if I'm looking right at it, but I can't read it. It's a pretty long name with lots of words, so it's probably welcome to the jungle again. Welcome to the jungle. We've got fun and games. You can live like an animal in a jungle where we play. That thing is so much faster than I would think. That boy just goes zooming around. Pretty funny. Okay. Okay. What in the holy hell? I didn't realize until just this minute that the RG stands as tall as the Carno. I definitely thought RGs were smaller than Carnos. I can't believe. I guess it's because I may have been comparing them to like Alpha Carnos. So they're a little bit smaller. But yeah, that's crazy. Well, look, I'm pretty sure this one's a level 10. Pretty sure. Let's see. Yeah, this thing's been here for like 3 days now. Okay, big fella. Is there anything valuable that you can get from killing those? 'Cause honestly, I'd like to see some more spawn, but I don't have... Like, my best creature right now is a Manigarmer. which the damage output, I just don't know if it'll be time economical to do that. So the next thing I need to figure out, I was able to set things up pretty well on my other base location where I had, so a steam forge is about 2.5 walls high to the top. Then you can put a ceiling right over the top of the steam forge, 2.5 walls. So when I go to build this little smelting outpost that I want to build, one of the things I want to look into is being able to teleport to and away from my steam forge, but in a location where I can pick up everything that gets dropped. So when you throw stuff out of a steam forge, it actually lands on the platform above, like where you have to walk on. So it sort of lands on itself when you throw stuff out. And that's kind of inconvenient because you can't place anything directly on the steam forge. It doesn't count as foundation. So what I'm needing to look into here is killing this thing so it doesn't kill my freaking RG while I'm away. But what I'm wanting to and needing to look into here, was there another one? There was. But what I want to look into is trying to set it up where maybe if I come down a wall and a half, I might be able to place a floor that sort of goes over the top of that. Like the little walk or whatever. And if I can do that, then we can have some fun. All right. So this is going to be, hopefully, one of my bossing megatheriums for the Gamma boss. So I think we want to try and get it up to, wow, 10k is actually pretty easy on the health department. Maybe take it up a little more. Let's go to 12, yeah. And then we'll hit some melee. Because we're not planning on doing anything other than Gamma bosses, I'm sure that 12k health is probably way more than necessary. But we do have the monkey. Batteries lose charge. Just, yes, they only lose charge if you put them in the inventory of something that they can power. That is correct, Zoo. So I can leave them in my inventory or in a vault or anything like that, and they will not lose charge. I just keep taking them over to that center map, and because you can't charge batteries on the center, you can only charge batteries on aberration and extinction. So I keep taking them over to that center map, and then I can't bring them back. So I keep having to make more. But yeah, only in something that they can power. And I think only if they're actually powering it. So I think you can put batteries in things as like a backup. I'm not 100% sure. But I think if you put batteries inside of turrets, they would continue to operate. If somebody destroyed your generator. Not that that would be all that useful, because they wouldn't have to wait very long before you could get in, before they could get in anyway, because your batteries would just die. But it would be a potential if you were online and somebody came and blew up your generator, then it would give you an opportunity to make a new one and place it down without them being able to come in, like, stop you, because your turrets would still be online. So there's at least some benefit to that if that's the way it works, but I'm not 100% sure that it is. They really need to fix the spawns in this cave. I'm really tired of having to run all the way back in here just to get some chitin. It's no fun. La 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 la. Although running on a Megatherium is pretty entertaining. They are kind of ridiculous. Slayer, I don't know. I don't think so. When I was over there before, though, they didn't destroy any of my structures. So I'm not really 100% sure. They only destroyed my turrets and stuff the last time I checked. So it's possible that everything is still over there, except for the turrets. In which case, it would be kind of silly not to rebuild that base. But regardless of where we end up building again, if it's over there, or if we find a new base, new server, I am definitely not moving until I make 100 turrets to take with me. I'm just gonna hard farm because I've been way too lax about my turrets and my ammo and stuff like that, and I'm never gonna be able to survive if I don't just nut up and get her done. So I am going to just super hard farm here. I'm gonna make a couple of steam forges here and move them over. Really? Can I just not gather? Is that not a thing? Get a couple of steam forges going on over here so I can just get tons and tons of metal, and maybe even get a couple of makeshift mega labs going somewhere so maybe I can make some more gunpowder. And I'm just gonna go batshit crazy with it. And then if I do build another base in a rat hole like that, I'm gonna put a bunch of internals, and it's just gonna go way crazier. Or maybe I will do like you said earlier and go to an island map. No, it wasn't you, it was somebody else. Maybe it was you, I don't know. Somebody mentioned, though, that the island hard underwater cave and the island what are those? Arno cave might be pretty unmeshable. Or at least maybe there's not like a public mesh method out right now for those. So they might be a good option. Maybe if I can find an island server that doesn't already have a Carno cave. Hey, Steely too with the sub over on Twitch. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate that, Steely. Really, really appreciate that. What was the one spot at 1515 or 15 minus 15? That was somebody talking about an underwater, or was it underworld um, location over on the center, I believe. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I really, really love that base spot that we were just in on the center. I think it's the perfect size for me. Uh, and it's kind of right what I'm looking for, you know? Not huge, fits one of everything. Um, it just would allow me to tinker around and dink around a little bit. And then there's that other side right over next to it where I could have easily done, some good raising of some creatures and stuff like that. Um, yeah, the big problem is even if they didn't blow everything up, uh, the the base is still obviously meshable, and there's not really anything you can do about that. Maybe I can get into the mesh myself and drop some turrets in the mesh, and maybe that'll be enough to stop people. I totally will do that 100%. Wherever I base next, there will be turrets in the mesh to stop meshers because I'm just not dealing with that crap anymore. Ooh, nice, a whip and a pickaxe. But yeah, I super loved that base location. Thought it was great. So maybe we'll go back. We'll see. We'll see. The most important thing right now is just farming. Yeah. Yeah, I don't actually have a PT in my base anymore. All my PTs got taken to the other base. But I do have a snow owl and some grapples, so I can totally go over there and check it out. And I was actually going to right at the beginning of the stream, but I accidentally brought the wrong snow owl that didn't have a saddle on it. And so I got frustrated and just decided not to worry about it. I was going to go over there and see if I could catch them while they were still over there, like picking through my stuff and maybe kill them. But since I didn't have a saddled owl and I didn't bring grapples, I just got mad and stopped. Doesn't look like there's any creatures over here. This is so frustrating too, not being able to really do this chitin run because it's all busted and nothing is spawning. But I was checking, Naughty. I was looking at the tribe log, and so when I first got started today, which was almost 5 hours ago, the tribe log over there said that I had only lost my turrets, my generator, and my bed. But everything was unlocked. Like I had the turrets pin coded, or at least most of them. but I didn't have my vault pin coded. I didn't have, any of that stuff pin coded, which I need to do because it just costs more C4 to get into those things if you do have them pin coded. But because of that, there wasn't really any need for that person to destroy any of those structures to take all my stuff. So, possible that all my structures are still there. Although they did come into my chat, and then I did talk shit to them and then ban them. So it's possible that they blew it up out of spite. Which would not shock me at all. When did this cave get bugged and no reason? It's been weeks. Well, maybe not weeks. It's been about a week. Since that day that I was trying to tame that mantis. Ever since that day, it's been all effed up. There's nothing respawning. Why can't I drop all on my Megatherium? That's stupid. Rolling down the street, smoking Indo. Yeah, except for this little area over here, where this metal thing is at, and then back into this corner. Just nothing respawns. Down in this cave right now. Yeah, Megatherium level. Alright, one black box. Whoops. Accidentally threw out a bunch of poly. Oh well. Let's go ahead and eat some meat here and heal a little. While we wait for some things to respawn. Because I'm not leaving here without a double black cap. Not happening. I need all of the chitin so that I can make cementing paste. Go away, piranha. Do Onyx give chitin? No, they don't. I didn't think that they did, but I thought I'd check. Hey, got another Megatherium level. Ammo. Gotta get that boom, boom, boom. Stop throwing rocks at me, dude. Why are these rubble golems so mean? Up, 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 up. Ba-da-da-dum. Ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. Ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. Ba-doom, ba-doom. Boo, 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 doo, doo, doo. Killing Arthropleurus. Don't care if I have to crawl out of here at the slowest speed imaginable. I am leaving with 2 black boxes. Come on. Well, there's my respawns. I didn't think we were going to get this heavy. I don't remember being this heavy last time. Does this one not have as much weight? It might not have as much weight. I think the other one had 1200. We might not be able to double black box. Might have to get rid of some things. Let's see. Do I need a Giganoraptor saddle? Nope. Do I need whatever this is? Nope. Nice. Megatherium level. I'm not going to give the Megatherium. Wait. That would be a total waste. Much as I need it right now. Not doing it. Ow. Hey, we get some Agitinas. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Okay, I think it's probably time to go. If we see any more creatures on the way out, we'll get them. But I don't think we're gonna quite black box. It's sad. There's a mantis. You be the one, mantis. You be the one that makes this black box happen. It was the one. Yes. You glorious son of a bitch. I got my double black box. Now it's a 10-minute trek back outside. No big deal. At least it's a 10-minute trek with no enemies. That's really all that matters. Ooh. Red loot crate. Go ahead and put 2 things back in there. Did we get some BPs? Don't really want that ghillie BP, but whatever. I guess that stuff can just go in the ground. So I feel like, because we haven't seen Mustang, even in the chat or the Twitch in a while, we need to do something to his corpse. Put him in a weird place. I was thinking, maybe we can, like, drag him onto a Quetzal and then fly him all the way up to the tippy top of that place where we used to have our base. And then just put like a little metal 1x1 up there and just dump his ass off inside of a little metal 1x1 all the way at the top of the world. So if he ever comes back to that character and like logs onto it again, they'll just be in the middle of nowhere at the sky cap. Or right, or it will be deleted. Yeah, I'll definitely let him know as we get closer to that Slayer. Anyway, just that he needs to come back and move his character so that it doesn't get deleted, unless he doesn't care if it gets deleted. But yeah, I'll definitely at least let him know that. But the other thing that we could do is um, maybe put him somewhere and then give him just a really garbage kit. Yeah, it's PvP, but still hate to see people lose their care. Yeah, I agree. I agree. That just eliminates a lot of the enjoyment of PvP. I mean, the point is that you build your character up and then you get to use that character, and losing it sucks. I would have been in such a better position so much faster on this wipe had I not had to get the bosses done again. And this character still isn't even all the way to where my other character was, because I still don't have tech binos. Which is booty cheeks. But we could maybe put him somewhere in the wastes and then leave a note on his body or something. Leave him like a super shitty kit. And then give him an objective. Like, you know, can you make it from where you are now to, you know, some point in the sanctuary? And maybe even leave like some good stuff at that location in the sanctuary. Can anybody dig up? Oh, I don't know if he has Bob's Tall Tales. Never mind. But if anybody can dig up a treasure chest, I could like give him coordinates and put a shovel in his kit so he could dig up the treasure chest and then like legit put stuff in there, like a full base worth of stuff, so that if he comes back, he could like, you know, if he can succeed and run the gauntlet or whatever, get to that position with a shovel, then he could have like a little base or something. It could be fun. Put some heavy turrets in there, put some like an indie forge and a couple of fabricators, some chem benches. Just hide it. Put the coordinates on his body. That'd be goofy as shit. Honestly, I kind of have a desire to do that just to people in general now. Like, find a garbage stone base, blow into it, leave a note on somebody's corpse. Or, well, it'd need to be like on their living person, but what happens? Might be a good way to drum up viewers. I think it might be a thing. Might be a thing that happens. Probably do it like off screen. Just go randomly find people and give them bases. Let's get rid of some of this stuff that I don't need. Then we go back over here. Get everything out of our Megatherium. I straight up 2 slots short? Okay, so let's go over. We'll take... Can I just... Nope. Can I swap? Nope. Okay. Put these back. Take 2 slots out. 2 slots in. Go down here. Put these on the hotbar. Aww. Your hotbar counts. Booty cheeks. And I also forgot that I need my cryopod. Okay, there we go. Let's get my double slot cap back. And away we go. Did I actually cry? Okay. In the time it took me to fly this far, I forgot whether or not I cryoed my Megatherium. Which was wild. Just absolutely wild to forget that quickly. Mildly concerning. I want to get early onset dementia. I'm old, but I'm not that old. I'm only old in gamer years. Ah, crap. I can't actually get in here. Can I make it? Ooh, I can. Things are set up better now. Nice. Nice. Boing. Quite a bit of poly and all that too. It's kind of nice. Need to hurry up and just make a couple of things that need poly. Like I'm gonna need another generator and another teleporter. At least probably two more teleporters. Because I'll probably want two. Well, I might want three. We'll set it up. Actually, I think I have a good idea of how to set it up. So we'll just need one or two. So let's see about another small tech teleporter. And what do we need for our generator? Some more black pearls and some more metal. We got that many black pearls for sure. And we got that much metal too. Let's put this stuff away. Let's go see about metal. Let's see, 400 per 30 is what, 12,000 cooked metal? Yeah, so I should have about 12,000 cooked metal left, which is enough for 2 steam forges. And after I make this generator, which I need to go get black pearls for. Whoops. Cheap viewers, affordable pianist, get the fudge out of my Twitch. Nobody likes you. Go away. In fact, I more than just dislike you. I loathe you. Alright, so now we got 2 generators, 2 teleporters. So that'll give us everything we want for all of our locations to really farm on this server. I'm just gonna like try and hide them in little cubby holes and stuff. I'm not even probably going to put up turrets because honestly, who cares? I thought that my Oviraptor was a person there for a second. I was like, why is there a person in my base? What's going on? Let's go back over here. Let's get all this stuff out. We have so many things. I'm actually pretty excited about this shotgun. I now have 2 pretty decent shotguns. I think I've gotten both of them from the gachas too. I should really work on making better use of them. I like punch you off the edge here. Nice. Go down there. Go down there. So I'm probably going to try and fit the gotchas like right over here. I'll pellet. So that's actually something I didn't realize dung beetles did. But dung beetles totally pick up owl pellets. Bloop. And preserve them, maybe. Yeah, and preserve them. So that's super cool. I was not aware of that little feature of dung beetles. I'm pretty sure all of my crops have mostly died. Actually, I want to go ahead and just grab all of these. Take all these out. Totally fill it up. Even take out that one. Oops. Potatoes are still going. That's nice. But I think most of the rest of my crops ran out of fertilizer. And so they're probably gone. It's just something I need to start doing more often. Especially if I'm going to actually use the resources, which I have been. They start to run out of fert faster. Need a seed. Let's say seeded? Not seeded. This one's got seeds. Take those out. This one's got seeds. Well, at least 2 of those will work. Carrots are going to be good. Throw out that one. Put in a full one. Carrot's got a seed, so that one will start up again. Got a seed, so this one will start up again. Seed, so this one will start up again. Let's go back and refill. Fert. Nope. Don't want the animal feces. I want a fertilizer. I'm not paralyzed, but I seem to be struck by you. I want to make you move because you're standing still. So I need one more corn and a couple citronals. One corn and two citronal seeds, I think. And I shouldn't need any more fert. Drop all that. These can go over here. And these go in the makeshift mega lab. And these go down here. Because we're actually probably going to pop some megatheriums later today. And let's see, I need two citronal seeds, one rock carrot seed. Or was it one long grass seed? It was one long grass seed. Do I not have any citronals? Ooh, I barely have two citronal seeds. How perfect is that? Alright, I believe this one was the long grass. That one's seeded. There we go. Take out, put in. It uses it. Now we put it. We need to do these citronals pretty quick. Crop tinto berry. Not seeded citronal. Seeded citronal. Nope. This was supposed to be. Darn it. No. My other citronal seed exploded. Darn. We'll just leave all that in there. But we got our long grass going, so that's all that matters. Let's go get some spoiled meat. We have all of the freaking spoiled meat. We'll make up some more narcotic real quick, and then we'll make some more and brews. What kind of durability we got here? That's pretty weak. That's pretty good. Back up to the cooker. Blammo. And bam. Plenty more med brews. I actually should start carrying med brews. I have more than enough. And drop some of them bad boys in there. Oil. I'm gonna need some more oil, aren't I? And we're gonna put these 2 owl pellets back in our little buddy here. We're gonna go ahead and start using those. Let's see, do I have... I think I might have brought my... Nope, I have them. So we want to make some more crop plots. We want to use those crop plots to grow some stuff. Can I put another ceiling here without interfering that ladder? That's a triangle. That's not the one I want. Okay, none of those are what I want. Got a metal ceiling. Okay, it does interfere. I guess the other option is I don't use this fabricator at all. So we could just nuke this fabricator. In fact, I think we're going to. PP, spark powder, metal. And if we nuke that fabricator, we can put a ceiling, a quarter ceiling, put a whole ass ceiling right here, and still climb this, right? No. But that's okay because we don't actually use this to climb to the top. So let's destroy. Destroy. We only need our ladder to get us up to here. Which honestly, we can just parkour. So we need wood for crop plots. That's right, I can't go down through that way. Whatever. Let's see. So what I'm looking to do here, set up a big old stack of these that doesn't interfere with going up this ladder. So it might end up being as few as 4. So let's teleport. Let's go back over here. Got a hatchet. Do we have a sickle with us? We don't. That's okay. You still have a little food with you. You're still putting out them black pearls, aren't you, buddy? Such a good gotcha. That's a good boy. Let's get ourselves some fiber here. And we'll go get ourselves some wood. hopefully I can get at least 4 plant species Y crops going. Crafting rock plots. 1, 2, 3. Well, that makes me unhappy. What is... It's probably that angled bit obstructing. So we're going to demolish this one. And we're just going to take a look at where these can be placed. So probably doing something like this. Okay. Well, you sort of end up like inside of the crop plots and you can't move, but then when you release, you end up on top. Which I don't really have a problem with. Wonder how high we can do that. I'm pretty okay with just 4. I have 4, I climb, I release. Climb, release. That's not working. Pick that up. So I can only do it with 3. So I kind of need a different way to get up there. How many of these can I jump on top of? I can jump on top of 3. I jump on top of 4? I can. I can just climb. That's okay. It's not ideal. But nothing in this base is ideal. So we can totally do that. I'm totally okay with it. Just climb down. And I don't actually think that I need this. Well, no, I guess I do. Because I'm going to jump off of it to get up there. But what I do need is a tent. Right there. Should water all of these. And it does. Just need fertilizer. Alright, we'll have to come back to get more, but that's enough to get each of these started. We grab our plant species Y seeds. And we deposit 1 fertilizer, 1 plant. Fertilizer, plant. Fertilizer, plant. Fertilizer, plant. Perfect. Now we're going to need a refrigerator just for the plant species Y. That I can keep them all refrigerated while this thing picks up owl pellets. I'll try and always keep an owl out so that it's dropping owl pellets. And we will let our dung beetle pick them up. And that should allow us to do pretty much everything we need to. So now we want to throw some of these out just to see what we got here. So let's go with gotcha. What do we have? Juvenile gas balls, gotcha with nothing, oil blue gems, baby gotcha, baby gotcha. Oh, did I not name any of these? I'm an idiot. Oil blue gem, gotcha with no name, everything else is babies. This is sulfur silica, okay. Well, sure, let's get that one. Let's get the oil and the blue gems. Let's just see if we can get these to throw out here. Might end up taking the entire corner. But I think I can maybe get both of them out over there. We are going to go ahead and just up the crafting skill. And yeah, let's give it 5 minutes and see if we can't get them out there again. Also, has my Oviraptor gotten another fertilized? It has. Nice. Put those away. That away. That away. There. Okay. Boy. Keeping a base organized is a lot of work, even with Deddy storages. Every now and then you just feel a little bit lazy and you're like, I won't put that resource in the Deddy storage. Then, next thing you know, nothing is where it's supposed to be. And your life is in shambles. What did I come up here for? I'm up here to grab these and put them in the fridge. It's almost big enough under here. Ooh. 15 minutes till we gotta refresh our NVIDIA GeForce Now. $15. Oh shoot, we gotta pop these Megatheriums. Means we need to pick up this Tinker Desk. And we have 3 cryopods. Actually, I think we have everything we need to make cryopods now, so let's go ahead and pop out some of those. Don't have fiber. Okay. Noted. And we can throw out our gotcha. Hopefully. But this makes me wonder if I take out this, afraid that I'll destroy my tech rep. But maybe what I can actually do, get this guy to go over that way. Come on, Bubba. Maybe if I can get it to turn that way. Maybe I can get this thing to pop out over here. Okay, let's try demolishing this one. And we can definitely demolish this one too. Now, can you maybe get the hell out of my way? That might be good enough. Let's see. Kind of want it to stay down low here. Yeah, this is where I want you. Okay, okay. Definitely gonna come out now. Yeah. That's totally perfect, right? And that's the smiley face, right? Smiley face? I feel like that's the smiley face. So we should be able to feed them by just teleporting up here and then just throwing stuff out underneath them. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. And they should just gather it up and eat pretty good. So let's see. We'll come over here and we'll move our weight ourselves a little. We teleport back to the transmitter teleport. And we'll try and get this where both of them can get. Throw all this out here. Nope. It's not quite right. Looks like the one on the left here is definitely picking up. I don't think this one is. Nope. It even already popped out a crystal. Look at you. Have to break out the whip a little here. Just try and get this one to kind of fall down a little. I can access it better. Can I access it better like this? No, it still thinks it's way up high. What about picking up resources? If I get them right underneath you. Doesn't look like it. And then what we want is hopefully that puts your face where I can access your inventory here. I have to get pretty close. Access your inventory and your inventory from kind of this edge, which isn't really what I'm looking for. But hopefully it'll do. Then I need to go tame a Pego Mastix. The Apprentice Riot Helmet. Even those ramshackles, honestly, are pretty good. Okay. We've only got 5 minutes, so let's go ahead and pop out these babies. Hatch. Hatch. Flame. Flame. Ooh. Flame. We have twins or triplets in here? Couple of set of twins, maybe? Goodness. We just got a whole heck of a lot of megatheriums. Sure. Claim that one. Let's try and... Oh, this is silly. Booyah. Alright. Just got one more megatherium we gotta get out of here. We'll make it. We can do it. I'm gonna put these babies in here because I'm just not quite ready to raise them yet. Yeah. Huh. Why not? And we'll whip them back in there. Yeah. Good job, Fiomia. Oh, man. This is so ridiculous. Everything is ridiculous. Base is ridiculous. This game is ridiculous. For some reason, I'm getting blue gems for both of these. What can you produce? We've got blue gems, oil, green gems, metal. Honestly, produce me some oil, dude. Seems great. Sulfur, blue gems, silica pearls. You produce me some silica pearls. Alright. I gotta put you on a black screen for just a moment here, while I reset my NVIDIA GeForce Now session. Now that we're in a position to actually have resources again, um, might be time to go over to the other base and see if there's anything in there. Yeah. Need to redo our settings here real quick. Plenty. Oops. I forgot two settings. And commands, we get rid of the cloud. We get rid of all. We get rid of the shadows. And we get rid of the grass. Okay. Good deal. Make that right there. See what I get here. We've got our silica pearls and our oil. 30 oil per one of those is actually a lot. 30 silica pearls. I mean, that's 10 electronics. Every time one of those things spits out a pearl or a gotcha crystal, that's actually kind of good. Let's see how these crops over here doing. Still seedling. Okay. And let's go take a look at... Have a crossbow that has a grapple on it. Oh, motherfucker. Zoot, where you at, dog? Forgot to eat and drink. Boy, Mimi's. It's all your fault. It's honestly kind of sad how often that happens to me. I cannot believe that that happens more than once a day. Okay, we're good. We're shedding out more crystals. Many, much more crystals. Which I really appreciate. That's some good resources right there. It's like really good resources. I cannot. Gotchas are broken, dude. Gotchas are so broken. Oh my goodness. So I need a grapple. Do I have a grapple? Do I have a crossbow with a grapple? Do I have any regular arrows at all? Hey. That is a strange issue to have. Let's go ahead and... Oh. Probably need more fiber. Definitely do. I'm gonna have to do like a big old fiber run with a sickle here in a little bit, but I don't really feel like it right now. We're gonna go crunch some things. I don't think any of this chitin will actually give me fiber, but it needs to get crunched anyway. Crunch this hide. Crunch this saber-tooth saddle. Surely that'll give me some fiber. Crunch all these things. Let's get down and munch on some grindage. Eee, there's some. Perfect. Now I should have in upload everything I need. Yep, I have a battery and a snow owl. So I am going to take with me just a crossbow, grapples. Everything else will stay here. I'll pick up the battery and the snow owl out of my upload. And then we'll go fly over there real quick. Oh, I need a snow owl saddle, actually. Almost did it again. And let's get some eats. So I don't go memes while I'm waiting here. I've been talking to myself again. Womp womp. Whoopsie. Can I please spawn? Can please work? Can please do thing now? That's an alpha car now. Gonna be a nope for me, dog. Oh my god, go around the stone. Yeah, you just stay over there doing your alpha carno things. The F away from me. We don't care what people say. You know what I should do is check this first. Yep. So they've still only destroyed the heavy turrets. Okay, sure, let me just stand here like an idiot while the ARK download breaks. Super fun. Super engaging. Okay. And put that in there. This is mine, right? Surely it is. Throw my snow out. Alright. Let's go check. Do I not have any more levels, really? Been in the cryopod for a while. Oh wow. Noel diving on oceanic servers. The opposite of fun. laggy. So laggy. Oh, let's see, I got another level. Let's get some more stamina. Honestly, I better be careful flying through here. I don't know what potential structures and stuff there are out here. And honestly, I'm just kind of getting messed up. So maybe we'll just fly regular. It's going to be way slower this way. Ooh, a red drop. It's kind of right over there where I'm going, so we might just stop off and get it here real quick. Might just stop off and get it here real quick. Ooh, look at how glitchy that is. That's awesome. Oh, it's on top of some of their spam. It might just be spam. I don't see no turrets. Let's go get ourselves killed over a red drop that I can't even take back to my base. Sounds like a great plan. I'm excited to be a part of this plan. Gotta admit, I'm a little surprised I didn't die. The lighting here makes this snow owl look super dope, though. It's all glowy and shit. Pretty into it. Vroom. Alright, so we go to the level of the pool here. curious to see if Snow Owl can fit up in here. It doesn't look like it. Looks like I can pretty much just get to the same place that I could get before. Yeah. It's nice to know that the Snow Owl can get into that sort of inner area, though. Okay. I have to put it away and take out my crossbow every time to get it to reload on this server sometimes. It's not all the time. Sometimes. Okay. There's still ammo in those. There's still so many resources. All my metal. I put all my ARB in one of my deadies. Took all my poly and my electronics. But I did not take my charcoal. Did not take my stone, my fiber, my thatch, my hide, my chitin. My gunpowder or my cementing paste. I actually am going to take all that cementing paste back. Oh, I can't take the cementing paste. So I need to put a new gen down and power a gen to get this base up and running again. Do I have stack, stack, stack? This person honestly confuses the crap out of me. They did take a bunch of my blueprints and stuff that I was kind of enjoying. That's fine. They took everything out of here, which was my mana armors and stuff. This person is so weird because, like, obviously they were trying not to take all of my shit and to leave the base as intact as possible. But then, like, you're a fucking cheater. You just meshed my base. You're not coming back from that. I'm not gonna be like, oh, at least he's an ethical cheater. Like, you're a piece of trash. Why are you even trying to seem like you're not? But whatever. There's a bed, so I can come back in here if I want. If I get a bunch of turrets, right? I can put turrets all over the place. I mean, I just spam everywhere, I guess, and that might prevent getting meshed again in this spot. I'm not really sure. I assume mostly it'll be through here, through the front side. I'm sure he came in, or maybe the top. It was actually probably the top. But yeah, if I can get everything turned back on, I guess. Get some more turrets and just put them everywhere. Find another generator, or bring another generator. Maybe have two or three Jennies powering the whole thing. Maybe put one back here in this corner. Maybe it'll be more difficult to get to. Because this is the roof. I think what people were saying is that enforcers can come down through ceilings really well. So, because it was up on top, maybe that was a problem. Maybe instead of trying to protect the generator from by putting it way up here, maybe if I put a generator down below, like, oops, like go put it underneath this little cavity or whatever here. Right, so go put it down here with this cryo fridge. Or if I can get it all the way back in here, that'd be even better, I think. Put a couple of turrets on it. Maybe? I don't really know. We'll see. I'm not really all that concerned about it. That's true. I did not vault drop the generator last time. And I definitely should have. But I have this problem in real life too. I don't like doing things that are unnecessary because people might cheat. Like vault dropping this generator should be useless. Right? If I put my generator here, there's basically no reason for a person, whoops, to get to the point where they're blowing up that generator unless they're cheating without just going through all my turrets and stuff anyway. And so there should be no reason to do that. It's a stupid ass step to have to take. And it upsets me a great deal. Oh, come on, dude. That's fine. I mean, all of these are still here. They all have their little bit of shards. They only have like 100 shards in them. That would be enough to protect the front entrance for a little while. Yeah, well, and I mean, I need to get out of that headspace. I just need to recognize the fact that I am going to be dealing with cheaters. And there's not really anything I can do about that. So just do the things that you need to do to defend yourself from them as much as possible. But I have a really hard time forcing myself to be like, okay, somebody's going to mesh this base. Let's defend against that. I don't know. I guess I always give people the benefit of the doubt and just assume that everybody is playing by the rules because I don't like to assume otherwise. It's the same reason I stream everything and, don't try and obfuscate my servers and stuff like that, is I just want to assume. And it doesn't bother me. Like if somebody who watches the stream comes and raids me, like that's not a problem. I don't care. Just as long as they're not raiding me and watching at the same time. Um, that would be unfortunate. But I don't know. I just, in my head, everybody tries to be as ethical as possible. And I just assume that everybody does that. And they don't. And I need to start taking the steps that I need to take to. I wish people were more honest and had genuine morals, but sadly. Okay, please let me in this stupid fucking base. Please just reload. Holy crap. Oh, these aren't powered. And I didn't take my battery out. Oh my god. Is this other one following me too? Okay. You get yourself down here? Maybe? Huh? You wanna get yourself down here? Probably gonna get winked out. Oh no, there's a hole right here. That's right. Oh, I don't have any more grapples. Uh, okay, well, I have a bed. So, respawn at the bed. Let's try not to fall in this hole. While we get our body. Okay, there it is. Perfect. Holy shnikes. I guess the other thing is put a bunch of dimorphodons everywhere inside of here. Just leave them all on aggressive. So even if you like mesh my generator and take everything down, like if you walk inside of my base, dimorphodons just everywhere. Kicking your ass. I could get behind that. What I want to do here is I want to. Oh no, I can't take these resources back. Dang it. Well, maybe the resources will stick around long enough that I can bring them back later. If this base is still here later, I might just demo everything and take all the resources back to the other location. Use it to make new structures and stuff for another base somewhere else. I don't really know. We got all this stuff that's just mostly useless. I really shouldn't have come over here. It just pisses me off. Why do I have a tribe tower bonus? It's interesting. Definitely shouldn't have gone back over there, though. Now I'm just angry all over again. I kept thinking I could just teleport that stuff back, but I can't. Thanks for the black pearls, bud. We're gonna go ahead and cryo all this stuff up if I can. Might have enough cryopods. I definitely do not have enough cryopods. Okay, well, Let's get the Yankee cryoed because it's important. Let's go see about the other spot. See if I got any cryopods anywhere. And if not, I'll run outside real quick, get some fiber, make some more pods. Can I please move? That'd be great. Thanks. All right, let's go get some fiber. Do I have a sickle? Does not look like I have a sickle. Let's get a sickle. Weapons, melee. Do I not have the sickle learned? Do I have a sickle BP? Surely I have a sickle BP. I do not have a sickle BP. Oh, sure I do. Let's make this one. We'll get a big old honker sickle in there. Yeah. There we go. That makes me feel better. About life, the universe, and everything. Okay, the Argentavis was froze. There for a second, I thought I had let my RG die. It was going to be the big sad. What do we got going on here? Where's my RG at? There's my RG. Let's go get some fibers. Do 10k. I think 10k fiber's enough for right now. All right. The mass dodo? Oh, why? I get stuck on a lot of stuff. Hitboxes in this game are so trash. Fiber away. Got 10k fiber now. Give me cryopod. Need poly. That's fine. We can make a bunch of that. And we need... more of this action. Booyah. Have they picked up some owl pellets or something? Because this one's got the thing on its back that says, "Hey, I'm special." I think it must have eaten an owl pellet. Ooh, an apprentice gotcha crystal. Resource, resource. Ooh, helmet. Nice. I dig it. Definitely need to go tame a Pego. Sure, for sure. Okay. Make cryopods. That's right. What I've been trying to do this whole time. I'm gonna see if it drops another one. It did not. Alrighty. see how our dung beetle is doing here. I need to fall asleep. That's what I need. Need to fall asleep. Goodness gracious me. Yeah, there it is. Dung beetle. Let's see, we got 4, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 12, 18, 19, 20. There's 4 of them, so 1, 2, 5, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, perfect. Let's see, plant-wise seedling, plant-wise seedling, plant-wise seedling, plant-wise seedling. Let's throw out the poop. Maybe the dung beetle will pick it up. Put the oil away. Okay. Let's go get our CP out. Turn that into poly. Wonderful. Wonderful. We can actually be making lots more CP, so we'll probably do that. Yeah. I think that's probably going to be it for today. It has been a fairly frustrating day. We did bounce back pretty good, though. Our resources are looking good. We've got plenty of metal coming. I'll probably pull all the metal out, get it put in there, and maybe start working towards the steam forges and stuff tonight. And then we'll go see about setting up that little refining station tomorrow so that we can have a little more stuff at a time. It will start farming a little harder because the ultimate goal here is going to be to probably go back to that other base and just set it up much, much stronger this time when we place it down. And so instead of trying to slowly build up, starting with a few turrets, we're going to just plunk down 100 turrets and then start working up from there instead. So we've got a lot of farming ahead of us, like a lot of farming ahead of us. 100 even heavy turrets is, goodness, let's see. Takes 140 to make a regular turret, and then another 400, so it takes 540. So it's 50,000 metal? $50,000 cooked metal to make 100 heavy turrets. I guess, honestly, tech turrets are quite a bit cheaper. Pretty much all around. Wow, tech turrets are super cheap. What the hell? But we'll probably try to do mostly heavies inside for the internals. Maybe we'll get a couple of tech turrets for internals. But primarily it'll be heavies. So maybe 70 heavies and 30 techs. Most of the techs will be on the front entrance. And then the heavies will be inside. Just placed all over the place. And hopefully that'll be good enough. And then we'll see about getting some put in the mesh and stuff that are on settings that wouldn't allow the big concern I have with putting things in the mesh is I don't want the turrets to be able to shoot out of the mesh to hit people, because they will. They'll shoot right through the backside of the mesh. So we'll have to look and find some places where maybe we can put them, on low settings or something, and they won't hit people that aren't trying to mesh my base. Or if it's not possible, then we won't do it. I won't put them there if I can't set them up in such a way that they only hit cheaters. Which I guess, no matter where I put them, is impossible, because then they would hit people who came into my base. And they would kind of protect my base after people breached my wall legitimately. So yeah, I might not put them up at all in the mesh. Because I don't want, people who are legitimately raiding, I want them to be able to get my stuff and not be harassed by turrets that are in the walls. I don't know, whatever. We'll look into some stuff. Yeah, but thanks for everybody coming by. Thanks for, all the new followers and subscribers today. It was really great. I really appreciate it. We will be back at the same time-ish tomorrow. Like I said, I'm going to be trying to get up a little earlier each day. I kind of failed at that today. But just trying to reset my schedule to a slightly earlier time so that we can kind of move this stream forward a little bit, so that we'll be ending at, maybe 11 or midnight, but having done a full 8-hour stream by then. We'll see how we can get that to work. So yeah, hope everybody has a great day. Hope nobody else gets meshed, and we will see you all the next time.